And yeah, so there we go. Yeah, we were talking about Dynamo towards the end yesterday. We were doing some querying stuff. We can close this down. All right, here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to do a quick buffer post. Where's QuickTime? So yeah, 20 seconds. I think that's fine. Let's do a quick buffer post and brag about it. Andrew Bird was the song that was playing just a minute ago there, Matt Bird. It's the guy that was playing like plucking the violin and whistling. Yeah, the stuff he did with American Analog Set is really, really good stuff. I gotta optimize the video. Okay, hold on. I know I've got a link to an optimizer. Just got to find it now. Tools.rotato. Really? Right, and I don't even have handbrake. Ugh. All right, convert it. Jeez. Okay. So I should be converting these way ahead of time. All right. So yeah, let's get to some actual work here, I guess. And hold on, let me just paste it. Hey, Pranav. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate that. Dude, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Okay. So, I just wanted to share that out. Just because. Now, the thing we're working on. When we go to accounts here, I want to be able to go and look at the details for this, but it crashes. And the crash... You're right, I could. I never even think about it. But yeah, that's a good idea. I think I can turn that on right now. I thought I did. There we go. Yeah, I just forgot to click that button. Launched. I don't know. I just wonder why anyone would even do it. Other than to support me, so yeah, why would anyone even do it? No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Good recommendation. I haven't messed with the levels or anything. I don't know if I need to. Oh, I guess the thing was I don't have any like emoji or loyalty badges or anything. So I need to set those up. So yeah, I wouldn't bother doing the YouTube thing yet. But eventually, we'll make it happen. The thing that separates celebrity from talent is exposure. I mean, there are plenty of celebrities that aren't even talented. So, yeah, like, I don't know if those two things are even related. Right. I get it. They have exposure, but yeah. I think they are completely two separate things. Jeez. It's a little overboard there, meme trap. Take it easy a bit. Hold on. Let me paste this link for Cotter. Oh, yeah, thank you. I think it's fun too. All right. Anyway, it's called Stream Parrot, and it's a chat overlay that we made here on stream ages ago. So it's basically the same thing that allows me to replace a smiley face with my smiling face. That's actually the main feature. The theme is just really good. because we felt like making it. But yeah. Yeah, I hope you like it. But okay, so let's close this back down. And yes, this page is crashing, but for why? Well, because we're trying to do a read of a map that just doesn't exist. And what up, Ash? How you doing, Bad Nintendo? All right, so this error, we need to like completely refactor how the account details page works. Ooh, and I like that emote. That one's good. Whose is that? Oh, that's yours. Awesome. Yeah, that one's solid. Well done. And yeah, Happy New Year's, Bad Nintendo. Dude, those are great. Yeah, what did you edit them in? I'm curious about that. Yeah, what did you make them in? Okay, so you made each individual frame in Affinity and then placed them into Sprite to export as a GIF. Interesting. Okay. That makes sense. I used I used to really like Flash for creating animations, but I never created GIFs from stuff in Flash. But the way you could do like the onion skinning between like frames was really nice. That you could like make sure you were like keeping things proportionally right and not getting like jitter. No, it shouldn't. Bad Nintendo. Why do you think this should be an array? I'm curious about that. Well, you're just plain wrong. You have not used my framework that's doing any of this. Yeah, you're totally wrong. What this is doing is it's generating a string. A string that will eventually look something like this. And the reason we do it as an object is so that I can get some type safety from it. So if I were to try and add another prop like foo, it's a flaw because it doesn't go into our specific type for how we defined what a sort key is on this object. So yeah, Bad Nintendo, I basically built my own ORM on top of DynamoDB. It's not really an ORM because it's not like object relational, but it's more like a query builder. But, basically the same idea. I mean, it's open sourced, but I don't have any docs for it, so I wouldn't recommend anybody else use it. And I know there are bugs with it, and there's still other things that I would really like to improve about it. But if you want to take some inspiration for something you want to build yourself, I won't stop you there. But I would simply just say, like, using this directly, like, even from NPM is probably a bad idea. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I kind of like figured that. I've had people say that before, which is cool. We get Chester Bennington sometimes. We get Norman Reedus from Walking Dead, Daryl, right? And then another one we get when I'm like nice and clean shaven is Edward Furlong from Terminator 2. Or when people want to be jerks about it, they say modern Edward Furlong. Yeah. So Pranav, I do publish them just so I can consume them, but I wouldn't recommend anybody do it. There's no docs, right? I can't recommend people use something that doesn't have docs. It even is something I run into where like it's not documented well enough and I got to refamiliarize myself with stuff. And yeah, there's some like other issues I have that I don't like about it as well. Trying to see if I have a better example I can show you. Oh, here's something. This would actually never be this case. We can get rid of a lot of stuff here. But basically, there's nothing here that prevents us from doing something like db keys dot sort key here. And that's a flaw because partition key should match like the key that we're passing here. So there's still definitely some like type safety issues. But by not having these two things be type safe against each other, it made it a lot easier to do like the partition key type safety. And that was actually the bug that was annoying me the most. I look like an actor, British comedy actor. You're about to say Mr. Bean, aren't you? So, the bread basically. Yeah, exactly. um, for the most part, the bread, it's just like ways that I want to do indexing. So if I go look at my indexes that I set up for Dynamo, right, we can look here and see that the core has basically, sure, there's like the main partition and sort key, then there's the reverse version of sort key and partition key, and then there's tertiary key and partition key, quaternary key and partition key. The main gist, and honestly, I'm not 100% certain I like partition key as the sort key for these, but I don't know if it matters that much. But basically, these are just ways of like querying my data via more than just a partition or sort key, because you still need to create these indexes. But I want these indexes to be like in most cases, I want them to be structured in a very specific way. So tertiary key and quaternary key still kind of follow like a similar structure. And if we look, hold on, here we go. Tertiary key for this is balances business ID that, right? For the partition key, we got business ID and the balance ID because it's like the full thing. This is where I'm also probably messing up because I think partition key should actually be something that's more of a group rather than a specific thing. But I don't technically care how they end up partitioning. They are all composite keys. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, sort key here is typically just for the sorting process, right? But partition key ends up being like an aggregate key. And then for this one, it's just, yeah, if I want to grab all of the balances for a single business, they would go by tertiary key. So it's kind of like my way of just like grouping things together based upon the access patterns I'm going to need. Without having to do something like, I'm still going to have to do that for some things, right? Like these entities here for balances, I'm going to have account balance, account ID, where I got the balance ID and the account ID as a thing. I've got, the balance and the created at balance and blah, blah, blah. Like things that I want to sort by is what I'm now doing like the sort key change by. I may be able to fine-tune things to where I wouldn't need to create a secondary index for created at if I just make that the global like created like or the global like sort key for everything for the most part. But yeah, basically for stuff that I want to like sort and filter, I'm going to create these like ad hoc indexes, and then, for plenty of other entities within my database, I don't care about those, right? So things like magic links. I don't care about ever sorting my magic links or filtering my magic links other than just querying for what I need. So yeah, like if we really think about it, I might have like a dozen entities that I care about querying for. But as far as like sorting and filtering, I'm only going to have like 3 or 4. And yes, I know that these things can eventually get kind of expensive for the indexes, which is why I want to be a little bit careful about it. But if we think about it, I'm paying basically 25 cents per index per gigabyte, including like the main partition one. That does sound interesting, the bread. I do my own like concat kind of type for searching, which is a search field. But that's like a separate thing. But yeah, like 25 cents per index per gigabyte eventually could become kind of expensive. I think that's a nice enough problem to have when we get there. And even then, a gigabyte is a lot of data, So by the time I have a gigabyte of data, I don't know if it's actually that big of a problem. So yeah, if we count it off, right, let's say I've got the 4, right, main data, the 3 like global secondary indexes, and then we got 7, 10, 12, 14. And even then, I think transactions and some of these other things, their indexes are going to change. Right? Like, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, I mean, if we look at it, 14 indexes, that's $2.50 a month. And as far as backups go, I'll pay, I believe, 25 cents for just like the main table per gigabyte. So I'm looking at 25 cents a day for a daily backup. Or I could do more often if I want. So at that point, yeah, my like database costs, when we really consider the amount of data it would take to get to that point, what would we be paying on something like Supabase? I'm a little curious about that like cost comparison. Right? So at half a gig, I'd be beyond their free tier already. And then at that point, it goes up to 25. That does give us 250 gigs. Oh, no, that's bandwidth. Sorry. And that was database space. Disk size per project. That's 8 gigs. At 8 gigs, I think I'm still ending up cheaper than Supabase, right? I've looked at Terso. It's fine. There's certain things I just don't like about SQLite in production. If I was going to go for SQL for this application and have to do like, outside of my networking, the cost I'd pay on latency would already be like way more than I care about. But looking at storage, yeah, they're free tier. Not bad. When we get to 9 gigs, yeah, not bad. 75 cents per gigabyte, okay. But yeah, to me, I think the big problem just comes into I don't want to pay that cost in latency to an external database, right? Like a database as a service is just not something I think applications should be doing that much. Right? It's the difference of 10 milliseconds versus 100 milliseconds, basically. Terso is incredibly reasonable on pricing, though. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think it works for what I'm trying to do. Not for this app. I have used it for stuff, for sure. You're not going to be keeping that local replica in a Lambda. Not at a reasonable, like, cold start time. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, here's a little bit more about my stack if you're curious. I want to be able to scale to 0, but I also want to be able to scale up without having to worry about it. And then by the time things get expensive, I should hopefully be making money off of it to where I can actually spend the time and effort to refactor costs. But instead, I think we'd still probably want to focus on growth rather than costs. Worrying about the cost of my stack is going to be a really nice problem to have if we ever even hit it. Because, if no one even uses it, then it's basically $0 a month. Or like $250 a month, Like pretty reasonable. I don't know. I don't think I've used PlanetScale. I've used a couple of the other like DB as a service providers. I don't think I've used PlanetScale yet. But again, the problem just comes down to latency. Yeah, the bread. I think the biggest thing to me is with Dynamo, I don't think about any of this shit, right? I can just trust it. Like, it will handle any scale I can throw at it. It's not going to be a problem. But it'll also scale to 0. And yeah, Rodrigo. Yeah, Next.js is like moving farther and farther away from like static being reasonable. They don't make money off static sites anyway, so it's not even like worth them caring about. I know there's technically some reasons why it's a better user experience to stream stuff in from the server and blah blah blah. Like, I think only so many applications ever need that level of dynamic data. Right? Like, dashboard apps do need like really dynamic data, but you don't need streaming for a dashboard app. People are willing to pay an upfront cost to download, your dashboard payload. For a static site, well then yeah, just make it a static site. But you're not needing really, really, really dynamic stuff for the majority of static sites out there. And even then, you can just use islands to fetch stuff dynamically at runtime that you don't care about SEO for anyway if it's going to be that dynamic. The only cases I see that are really, really good for, like server-side rendering are e-commerce and like classified style sites. For the most part. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it right, Array of Hope. When we talk about a dashboard app, we're not necessarily talking about how the data is fetched. We're talking about what data is fetched and how you get access to it. Anything behind a login, you probably don't care about SEO. Anything behind a login, the user is okay with waiting a couple seconds for the site to load. Once it's loaded, they want it to be snappy as they navigate, but again, it's a dashboard app. The user is using your dashboard application because it solves a problem for them. But yeah, planet scale. Yeah, like, no. Definitely way outside the scope of anything I want to pay for. Right? Like, I need to be able to scale to 0 just in case these projects don't work. That's my main goal. Right? Serial entrepreneur style. I'm already spending way too much hosting StreamParrot right now. And because the source code is gone, basically, because a hard drive crashed, I'm stuck with it. But here's the magic about StreamParrot. I haven't touched it. Dude, I haven't had to remote into that EC2 or anything for like 2 years. And it's just killing it. So, the power of Elixir with that one. It was a bit too large of an EC2 instance, though, and that bums me out a bit. But let me get more music going. A droplet would be fine. Like, I would be curious what extra security you actually get from Forge. Like, sure, you're not going to be managing like SSH ports and some of that stuff. I would say the biggest thing is make sure that your database isn't publicly accessible. Oh, you're talking about DDoS protection? Does Forge actually offer DDoS protection? I'm curious about that. Like, it's not something they're shouting out in their features at all to me. So I'm not sure you actually get that. And yeah, Pranav, what's the playlist? So, you know, you can always get the current song here. As far as playlist goes, you can get most of the music I play on stream on Bandcamp. Just recognize that within like the first, I don't know, maybe like 10 to 15 albums in there, you might find stuff that isn't synthwave that I still like and I consider good music, but anything after that 15, right? I got like 150 albums on Bandcamp. You know, there's plenty of synthwave to choose from. Yes, I'm using Mantine. One of the biggest reasons I like Mantine is the app shell. And no, that's an on-topic question. You're asking about the product. Like, no, that's great, man. Appreciate it. That's a good question. But yeah, some of the other things that Mantine ships with, like it's got a wrapper around some form thing. I think maybe they made their own form library, but they got a wrapper around recharts for charting. They got, you know, some stuff down here for date stuff, like date pickers, charting, some of the other extensions like the modal manager, drop zone, carousel BS, the notification system. And then just like all the hooks, like, man, I couldn't tell you how many times I've had to write a use click outside handler. Just having this hook available is really nice. Right? Writing my own, like, you know, resize listeners for elements. Like, man, yeah, some of this stuff, really nice. Right? Use window scroll. Nice and debounced. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. It might not even be debounced. Yeah, there was another one I saw just recently. Hold on. There was like a brutalist, neobrutalism.dev, is that it? Dude. I'm planning on using this for my next like mini project, like the one that's going to consume Waltr. I'm going to be using these. Yeah, like the theming and everything is really nice too. Sure, Ray of Hope. Yeah, that makes sense. No, there's definitely reasons to use Forge. I'm not saying there's no reasons to do it. I just don't think DDoS protection is something they're offering. I think that's Cloudflare pretty much alone. Okay, gotcha. Exactly. Yeah, neo-brutalism is, I don't know, looks very pretty. All right, so this is the page where we got all of these issues. Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, adjustments. Nope, we're not going to have adjustments on this page. We do need to set the account. So maybe let's just comment that part for now. Yeah, mapped adjustments. We'll get rid of that. We will have loading state. Chakra UI has a V3. Cool. Yeah, Chakra seems nice. So yeah, transaction and payment go away. Business settings goes away. Format internal currency. I think format balance currency and format quota unit will be things that we use eventually. We're not going to be using recharts directly anymore. I don't think we even need color palette. We will need CLSX. All right. So now this page does render, but we don't resolve the loading state. Yeah, all of this stuff goes away. Okay. So we do want to do ID, and then we'll do the name of the thing. We'll do when the account was created. Yeah, transactions and payments go away, balance goes away. Yeah, all right. And real quick, so Abdu and Code Fellowship, thank you for the follows. Welcome. And yeah, Ray of Hope, I just saw that 7-stream streak. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so balance also goes away. Gone. Yeah, I think this makes actually a good co-working stream. So I think you're in the right place. And, you know, when you're willing to take a break from your working, you can actually chat a bit too. Totally up to you. Oh, that's a cool emote. That's a good dance, actually. I like the chicken dance. Hey, non-codes. I am Chris from Get Kraken. Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say I recognize your name. Yeah, are you one of our oh, what's the name we have for him? Ambassadors, right? Oh, you're not one of the ambassadors? Okay. Yeah, no worries. Your name looks really familiar though. You do have a podcast on YouTube? Awesome. Nice. Yeah, what's your podcast about? I feel like hold on. Have you maybe like shouted us out in some like Twitter thread like, "Oh, I love Get Kraken" or like one of those kind of posts? That might be where I'm recognizing it. But yeah, hold on, real quick. Non-codes, how you doing? Let's do the shout out thing. Okay, yeah, thanks for those shout out. Okay, real quick, let me, I'm not trying to ignore you there, Code Fellowship, but yeah, Non, you were struggling with React today. Chat pulled you through it. Ah, what was the struggle a bit? Because, yeah, we probably have enough people learning React or who wouldn't consider themselves experts that might benefit from a little shared misery. And real quick, cheerio. And Adam, is it Kyrie? Let me know how to pronounce your name. I'll do it better. And yeah, Code Fellowship. How about this? If you want to shout out your podcast, you can. Oh, okay. That's cool. Did you see Glauber Costa's? I guess it was a podcast. It was like a series of interviews. I think he called it the Save File. Glauber. I probably spelled his name wrong. Yeah. Oh, you were a guest on his podcast. Awesome. Yeah, he's had a bunch of people on there. I'm agnostic, but yeah, I mean, that means I don't care what people believe or think. Like, yeah, I'm happy that you just believe and think it. The world would be boring if we all thought like me. Or the world would be boring if we all thought the exact same, basically, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, no worries, none. Enjoy. Have a good one. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think he did a really good job with this. And yeah, he's been keeping it up pretty well. Like pretty like regular basis. I like that. So what am I building? It is a software as a service for software as a service. Yeah, there you go. Let me give it a little follow myself. Yeah, have you seen that we're like starting some stuff like, podcast wise with Get Kraken? We've only got one episode published right now. We're like about to publish the second episode. Yeah, I mean it's very like lazy style. And, not big or anything, but it's fun. So that's our first episode. We had Corbin Crutchley on, and this is like a mini series talking about software is a team sport, and like the whole goal is to talk with people who maybe are managers on teams, seniors on teams, get their perspective, and chat with them about it. So yeah, we've got a couple others lined up. Robin Hines from Infinite Red is our episode 2 person, and then episode 3 is going to be Shashi Low. And then episodes 4, 5, and 6, I need to actually record still, but we got some people lined up. I just need to actually hit them up again because it's, during the holidays is the worst time to ask people to do something like that. Yeah, he's great. He's a good dude. Yeah, it really is such a small world out there. Do you use a service for publishing your podcast, actually? We're still just currently only publishing to YouTube because we're still like evaluating things. I've chatted with some other podcasters like Adam from tomorrow.fm or whatever they call it. They use Transistor. I know another person that was using... or another podcast that was using Libsyn for a while. Technically, Syntax. Those guys were using Libsyn, and I think they're in the process of migrating. I don't know if they've, finished yet. Use Spotify for creators since it was Anchor.fm. Right? And that's different from Megaphone, though, right? So... this is one that I've heard some people are planning on migrating to. Or is this basically what you're talking about? Because this just seemed a little out of, our price range. Okay, so, yeah, Spotify for creators is separate. Got it. Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is monetization. At GetKraken, we're not trying to monetize, so we're not worried about that, but we just want some place that will host it and do the publishing part for us. I know it's just an RSS feed, but that's still just a thing that we'd have to do. So we're looking at just anything that will allow us to ease that burden, especially because on our product marketing team, I'm the only actual developer, and anything I build out that requires a dev to do it, it wouldn't be the right move. Because if I leave or, they make me leave, right, then they're kind of stuck. Yeah, I've been recording with Riverside for sure. So you're publishing to Spotify directly from Riverside? Oh. I didn't think that was even an option. I didn't even think about that. But are those like the only places you publish? Because I think we want to make sure we get onto like Apple as well. I know like pretty much every other aggregator doesn't matter, but Apple and Spotify, I think Apple is still like worthwhile, even though most podcasts are consumed either on YouTube or Spotify. Spotify mainly. Oh, so then Spotify for creators does it to other platforms. Okay. And then hold on. Let me just double check this again. Oh, wait. That was that. Like, do they give you like a good like index page where people can discover other podcasts too, without necessarily being on a specific platform, like a hosted site? Oh, god damn it, James. Hold on. You did that like right as I was clicking something else. How do I unban? Damn it, James. Hold on. Sorry, James. Dude, I was just clicking someone's name and then I was just clicking into chat. Sorry, James. No, the problem is like they maybe it's only when they have the icons here. No, I'm sorry, James. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. How was your stream? Yeah, the issue, hold on, let me just show it. It's easier to show. The ban button is here on the left for every message, and then when someone subs, it pops up over here. So I was like clicking like right over there. And then bam. Right? Like, dude. Come on, Twitch. Just be consistent. Put it underneath the name or something. Just keep it on the left. So yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, a likely story. Uh-huh. How are you guys doing on PoE 2? Like, are you guys playing that at all anytime soon? Yeah, no, man. Like, it was like instant. Like, it popped up like immediately. I didn't even have time to react. It was like as my finger was moving down to tap. They have a transistor like page. Got it. Okay. Oh, they don't. They don't. Sorry, I misread. Okay, I got it. I think that's something we end up wanting to do, as well as maybe doing like embeds. Because eventually we're going to want to do like multiple podcasts as well and link them as like separate things, and then just have a page where we have like the latest episode and link people out to the individual indexes for each and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking we're going to go with Transistor. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, I had to relearn how to type with this split keyboard. Got myself a Digma. Sponsored. But yeah, James, let's play some Path of Exile at some point. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm still typing on it. I'm actually getting pretty good. I still do the crossover, but I'm doing the no-look crossover sometimes. Yeah, I'll be typing on it until some stoner spills some beverage on it. You know it'll happen eventually, right? That guy just ruins all of my keyboards. Yeah, I kind of knew someone was going to say it. Kind of makes sense it was Meme Trap. Yeah, I've ruined pretty much every keyboard in my keyboard case at this point. Yeah, Topher. What a bastard. What a jerk. But hold on, real quick. I will say it's Friday. I'll probably have myself a beverage here in a second. I do need to use the restroom real quick. Um, but yeah, just wrapping up my thought real quick. Yeah, I need to consider what like podcast service to use. Probably Transistor, but I think I need to check to see if they have like a HubSpot integration or if there's some other thing that has a good HubSpot integration. Because that's something that we would want from like a business side of things. So it didn't age like wine. Yeah. And yeah, so, real quick, for people joining from the raid before I go use the restroom, we are working on this like account details page. The idea being, you know, when you're looking at balances and you want to see some details about it, maybe, and then, you know, you're clicking around, you want to see all the accounts and what their balances might be for this specific currency thing, right? We see one that's at negative 209 foos. Oh my God. So we can go view details, and then with the details, we would see like all of their balances for this specific user. Yeah, I'm sure it's like heavily inspired by PHP MyAdmin. Yeah, exactly. Super sus. If we saw this name here on Twitch, I don't know. Oh, they do? Perfect. I didn't even have to go check now. Thanks. So yeah, I think Transistor is probably what we'll go for. I just need to convince Wirt to pay for it. Yeah, thank you. How am I tracking bandwidth for services? So that's really like, that's up to the service itself. All I'm doing is tracking the quota. So if they're doing bandwidth, they just send me a request that says how much bandwidth, right? I'm not going to get into the how they should measure things part. Now, it'll be an easy convince. It'll be actually pretty easy, I'm pretty sure. It's just more making sure we're picking the right one because they want to pay for maybe like the year-long thing to save some money rather than just do it a month at a time. But it is a whole new year, so a whole new budget, and I think all that should be fine. Like the money I don't think is an issue. It's just making sure we pick the right ones so that we're not like paying for one and then switching too soon. So yeah, I really do think Transistor is the move. But yeah, real quick, I'm gonna use the restroom. And I'll be right back. And then I will, yeah, I will grab a soda and we'll pour a nice Friday beverage while making sure not to overdo it. So yeah, BRB, give me just a second. I'll put on the this real quick. There you go. Now you guys got a show while I'm being. So I'm back. It is not the statue peeing. I like to mix it up. Make the BRB screen into a shader. I don't know how I would do that, but I'm sure it's doable. Let me get more music going. Sorry. Oh, this would have been a much better song for this part right here. Right? The night drive. Damn. Blowing it. Hey, what's up, X-Metrics? How you doing? So yeah, Non had to get going to eat some food, but what was some of the React stuff that she was running into? Oh, and I don't think I realized this, that Basil Hayden was from the Jim Beam Distillery. I did not know that. Agnoster? No, this is Alien. Very similar. You want to know something even cooler, X-Metrics? I've met Robbie Russell. He's awesome. He's really, really cool. Such a nice dude. That might have been my favorite part of going to SquiggleConf. I know. How dare he? Exactly. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, he gave a really good talk at SquiggleConf. I've been meaning to check out his music, too. Ooh, that was a spicy meatball. Okay. So yeah, and real quick. I was in your most watched streamers on your recap. Hell yeah. Thanks, Coffee and Coding. Was that this stream and the other stream? Most lurked, right? Like least amount of chatting or whatever. There you go. So yeah, history states with her tic-tac-toe. Got it. I actually had to do a tic-tac-toe at once as well. Yeah, the way I did history state was I used Yotai for all of my states. So I basically kept the game state in here. Right? And the game... Hold on, do I have the game defined anywhere? Right, so it's got a game ID, the players, the rounds of the game, and the size of the grid. So actually, like, the rounds is, like, the history state of, like, you know, all that stuff. I don't want to necessarily ruin it for her. If she does end up coming back, we can talk more about how I did this and, you know, how she wants to think about it, but I don't want to influence it too much, right? I'd like to let her finish, and then we can chat about it. Factory design pattern? I wouldn't necessarily say that. Yeah, the part I like about Yotai is simply I have my initial game state, I have the current game state, which is basically just the latest game, right? So it's, we get our game, sure. We can get the current game results. So then we evaluate if we have a winner, right? Based upon the rounds and some of that stuff, right? If the current round has a winner, so that you can decide if you want to like initiate another round, right? Current game ID is just nice and easy. Basically, with all of these like derived states, right? When we're doing this like get game, right? Get game state, etc. All of this stuff is actually like when I do that get, that means that this state, right? Current game state is going to update whenever game state updates, and so on and so forth all the way down. So when we get towards the end here, I can update anything in the chain, and anything that depends on that state, dependent state, just updates. So my use effects are very minimal in the rest of my application. So if we were to go look at the game itself, right, I have two use effects, right? Because I believe I'm either simulating or operating a server of some kind, because we do have a fetch. Do I cull the history if I go back? So I believe the history is actually stored on the server. So yeah, to cull the history, you'd have to, I believe, I don't know if I ended up coding a restart of any kind. But yeah, we end up using mock service worker for the server. So then I didn't actually have to start an actual like server. Mock service worker was like the perfect thing for this, because the goal was not to build out the back end. And yeah, generate random turn, that's where like the computer plays. Doesn't make it good. But it's AI, right? But yeah, it was a fun project to make. Yeah. I didn't want to do that necessarily, because that was outside the scope of the project. Oh no. What? Did I not have a libraries.md file? Oh, it's in docs. Oops. So that link was broken. Oh, there you go, S-Matrix. That'd be good. I'd say go for it. But okay, so yeah, we're using Mantine for this project. The next project I work on will probably use neobrutalism.dev, just to mix it up. But yeah, we're not at a point where we're going to refactor any of the UI for Waltr for a long time. And they even have an OTP code form. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this one. I like it. But okay, so what we want to do for this page is we want to fetch the account balance and the account quota for all of those things. I guess the big question is, do we want to create an ad hoc endpoint for this stuff? I think for now we can just fetch all the quotas and all the balances, especially because eventually we might have that stuff cached at some point, right? By just navigating to quotas and balances. I think the home page is going to have those too. It does mean there is a slight waterfall, but if we have that stuff cached, then the waterfall is not bad. Ad hoc means basically something built specifically for this page, rather than like a standard like REST endpoint. So standard REST would be about the entity itself. An ad hoc endpoint for this page would actually have maybe all of the users' stats for their balances, right? So think of it almost like a back-end for front-end kind of approach, where if you're building a Next.js app, you may consume some canonical like REST API, but your front end would consume probably like a middleman back-end endpoint that hits your canonical REST API. So then your front end logic is very simple of just hitting your Next.js that then does all that like aggregation junk. Right? Like multiple queries, gluing them together into an object that makes sense for the front end. So if you're unfamiliar, the back-end for front-end approach is really, really like along the lines of what we're talking about. I believe yeah, GraphQL Federation, backend for front ends. Here you go. This might be a good example of it. I don't know for sure if this is a good example. The idea is that you may have many like microservices or one giant canonical REST API. Right? This is the general purpose server-side API hitting all these services, whereas instead, right, you may end up doing something like this, where your BFF can just hit these services and glue them together, but you're not necessarily modifying the same backend that this mobile client's backend would consume. So that's a big thing, though, bit glitch. Like, yeah, it's aggregating at like the static site generation phase, and GraphQL is actually best meant as an aggregator. That was one of the main reasons Netflix was creating Falcor, basically. Well, ad hoc is not a specific name for an aggregation route. Ad hoc just means something bespoke, like unique, like spun up specifically for that case. Thrown together. Yeah. Created or done for a particular purpose as necessary. Right? So it wouldn't go into any, like, it's just not part of our canonical REST API because the canonical REST API is about the entities, you know? So yeah, Netflix ended up creating Falcor as an aggregator, basically. GraphQL did the same thing at about the same time out of Facebook, and GraphQL ended up winning. Yeah, I mean, at that point, Xmetrics, what you're talking about is basically like a full RPC API. Right? In a lot of cases, ad hoc endpoints end up being like RPC calls. Oh, bit glitch. We actually just refactored within the past like month, maybe month and a half. We just refactored the GetKraken desktop client from Flow to TypeScript. I am working on writing that blog post. It's a very low priority. I got like other content that they expect. This is just some content that I want. Oh, dude. Yeah, the PR was 500,000 lines. It's like a 600,000 line code base. One dev did the whole thing. Yeah, it's gnarly, dude. Super gnarly. And because it's such a large code base, like, we weren't able to migrate to the latest version of Flow at one point, right? So basically, we were on like an older version of Flow. When someone would make a change to their editor, it would take like a good 10, 20, maybe even 30 seconds for VS Code to then be like, oh, hey, this is potentially undefined. And then they'd be like, oh, I should add a question mark for the safe navigation operator. Like, just a terrible, terrible dev loop. Because with Flow, it has to check the entire code base. Or at least with the version we were using. Whereas with TypeScript, it'll do its best guess on like the single file, and then behind the scenes, it'll go resolve the rest of stuff. Yeah. I mean, basically Flow and Reason, Rescript, etc. Like, they care more about like whole project type safety and like absolute type safety in a way that TypeScript doesn't necessarily. Right? Like, not within your editor, within a certain, like a single file. Eventually TS will get there. But yeah, like the type system in Flow and Reason and Rescript is actually like much stronger, right? Exactly. Like TS ends up getting that like good enough to where it ends up being fine. Especially nowadays. You know, maybe 10 years ago, it might have only gotten you 80% of the way. Which is why Flow was still preferred by a lot of people. But the problem is, every library needs to be statically typed as well. So when you bring in a library, if there isn't a types for it in Flow, you got to write those yourself. And that was actually a big part of like our migration, because we had a bunch of libraries we used where we wrote the Flow types. Eventually, they ended up getting TypeScript types, but our Flow types that we wrote didn't actually match one-to-one to the TypeScript types. And in some cases, we actually built our entire functionality around these Flow types that were not actually 100% accurate. Exactly. Like, yeah, it gets really annoying that way. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I can put into this this blog post that I'm looking forward to. I'll turn it into a video. I'm also planning on proposing it for like conferences. Like I proposed it for Commit Your Code. Haven't heard back from them. We'll see. But yeah, like there's other conferences I'll propose this for as well. Probably like React Summit or JS Nation. I think those would be a good venue for it. Yeah, there's plenty of them. Yeah, so I'm a developer advocate for GetKraken, so it's part of my job. They're not actually like really big on the blog posts. They find more value from video content. But yeah, like we need to get some more blog posts made. This is basically not anything anyone assigned to me. I just thought it was interesting content. And by proxy, I think other devs would find it interesting content as well. I love the technical posts, right? So if we go look at this Facebook, this one, right? This might be one of my favorite blog posts of all time. Right? Back in 2015, they basically created the blur up technique that we're all kind of like overly familiar with now. The crazy part is they had to squeeze it into a 200 byte budget, which means they were like stripping headers and doing all sorts of crazy stuff to get this in the initial GraphQL payload that you would load up on mobile. Then they would make it bigger and then apply a front end, like, client side blur to it. And then that would exist on your page while you were loading in the full size image. I know, right? 200 bytes. Like, that is some engineering. So yeah, like, just really cool. Yeah, this might be one of my favorite blog posts of all time. There you go, Axnos. That's a fun one. Your last post is from 2018. The time does fly. Yeah. Jeez. I think that was when I first started working remote. That's when I first started streaming, actually. So I was working remote maybe a year or two before that. But yeah, I've implemented this same technique a bunch of times. Like back before there were libraries for it. Your entire career? That's cool. Yeah. I had to go into the office for like a year or two. I think it was like a year and a half. It was actually a year before I was like, you know what? I want to take a leave of absence. And then I start my leave of absence and they're like, hey, we got these projects. Do you just want to work as a contractor? So yeah, I just started doing that. And it was also like they moved their office a good, like, with traffic, like 20 minutes away from where the original office was. So yeah. But yeah, Denton, what up? How you doing? Yeah, see, as a contractor or consultant, they can't actually dictate you go into the office, right? Like some contracts they won't give you unless you go into the office. But they really run the risk of getting audited at that point, which gets tricky. Oh, nah, man. I appreciate you. How you doing? I can't believe I'm not following you. Whoa, I'm sorry. Now I am. I fixed it. Yeah, I feel like I've seen you chat here a bunch of times. I feel like I've seen a bunch of your like tweets and stuff. But yeah, I don't think I even realized you were streaming. So, well, now I do. But let's do the shout outs and stuff. So, building a water cooled dual GPU toy AI workstation. Hmm. What GPUs are in there? Is that one of those like what is it, like Nvidia Jetson Nanos or whatever, or something like completely like custom? So still doing like Nvidias. Okay. Awesome. So what like AI stuff are you planning on doing with it? I'm curious about that. What's that there, meme trap? Oh, gotcha. You just pasted in the wrong place. No worries. So stable diffusion, maybe some Blender stuff you were hoping to use for coding, but local AI isn't very good for that. Got it. So wait, why do you say local AI isn't very good for that? I feel like LLM Studio has some stuff for that that's not bad. And Pair allows you to wire up to a local LLM. I would assume Cursor allows you to do so as well. Cactus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? That makes sense, Dan. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to try it. Good enough for autocomplete. Oh, yeah. I never even think about any of like the bigger stuff. Autocomplete's all I use it for anyway. But Super Maven does exactly what I need. And what's up, Keegan? How you doing? Yeah, sorry about the spoilers over on game yesterday. I'm playing through BG3, and with my crew that I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 with, we're like pretty close to the end. I'm pretty sure, Keegan, you're still on Act 1, right? So here's the best part. The game's long enough that you'll completely forget all of that stuff. Anything you saw last night. Oh, you are on Act 3. Oh, never mind. All right. So, yeah. Glad you left before the spoilers impacted things. Yeah, BG3 is great. I love some of the references to like characters from BG2. That part's really fun to me. Right? Like Saravok and John Irenicus and like all that stuff. Like, really cool. May you ask a streaming related question? Absolutely, Keegan. Yeah, 100%, man. Wait, there's a crossover for those? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's super cool. I guess because Wizards of the Coast owns Dungeons and Dragons too, right? So it doesn't even cost them any money. Hmm, that's actually really smart. So Keegan, yes. It's a little trickier. I will point out, like, when I started streaming We got up to like 15 people within like that first stream. So it was really lucky. I think it's pretty doable. But a big part of it is you got to do the streamer thing. You see a follow, you shout it out, right? Someone says hi, you respond as quick as you can. People are there to actually chat. If they get in there and you're just heads down working, you know, they can just watch a YouTube video instead. At least to build up the audience, you definitely got to like interact, you know? But if there's no one in there, just chat as if there is someone, you know? So migrating from Flow to TypeScript, do you also have to add TypeScript plugins for ESLint and all of that nonsense? Yeah, TS ESLint, which is maintained by our good friend Joshua Goldberg. Right? It used to be its own thing called TSLint. They integrated with ESLint, and, you know, that's all history now. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. You're a noob front-end dev. You're using TanStack for Axios. I think what I think you're saying is you're using TanStack Query or React Query. I'm using Axios because it's what I was familiar with, and it's not something I'm going to refactor yet. But I do plan on refactoring to React Query or TanStack Query here real soon. I don't plan on doing that before I get a bunch of this stuff out there, but yeah, like the caching and a bunch of that stuff is part of the reason why I'm like slow to work on what we're doing right now, because I'm thinking about if it's worth building out a backend endpoint, which is why I'm so engaging with chat right now, because I don't want to make a decision about this yet, but I just need to. And we'll just, you know, we'll do a waterfall of requests and call it good, because eventually we'll have caching there. The main reason I like Axios and the way I'm doing it is because of how I have centralized some of the logic. So if we look at my services, right, I've got my balance service that, you know, extends base HTTP service. Base HTTP service is then responsible for my authenticated versus unauthenticated requests and a whole bunch of other stuff. So when a 401 happens, I can log the user out. I know in TanStack Query, there is like a hook you can use for that, which is basically the same thing as an interceptor. But yeah, I don't know. I've been using this pattern for a long time, since before I think React Query maybe even existed. I'm basically borrowing a pattern from how I use Angular. Right? Like the service approach from Angular. The annoying part is I have to pass in the navigate function because, you know, you can't call use navigate inside of like the service here. But okay, and then a couple questions that Nethersmith asked. Do I have hats of different colors? Oh, yes, I do. There's a link. I got a bin of beanies. Maybe a basket of beanies? I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. And then you asked one more question there, Nethersmith, and that was, how do you get jobs as an engineer? You apply. Like, I don't know, man. Do you have a more specific way of asking that question? And no, classes are not scary. Classes are just fine. To adapt a Doobie Brothers song, classes are just all right with me. Classes are just all right. Oh, yeah. Ben, they were asking about, or they were talking about the class that I'm using for this, like, base service. And then, yeah, were there any other comments that I missed? So yeah, Ben, did that answer your question though? Right, like the TSES lint thing? Okay, cool. What's up, Zach? How you doing, Tom? Welcome, guys. Yeah, you enjoying your Friday? I just started enjoying my Friday. The joys of web hooking into things? Is that something you're working on right now? Is that it? Convert it to a service? Yeah, but then there might be some way to do that, but it sounds really convoluted to me. Yeah, no, I'm okay with just passing navigate. Like, the cost of instantiating a class on every render is really not that big a deal. Hold on. Right, like, where is it? Doing this? That's really not that big of a deal. And if I really, really cared, we could always just do like a use memo instead. Ah, okay. Cool. And then 1 second, Nethersmith. So your question was, where do I as a developer spend my time when I am unemployed? Maybe a prefacing question would be, have I been unemployed for a stretch of time? I have been unemployed for a stretch of time, and I was streaming during that, and I was working on this project that you see during a big chunk of that. But then I needed to get a job and then put this project on hold, and then we had to spend a couple, like a month and a half, bringing it up to date and modifying a bunch of stuff. Like in that time, Mantine already updated from like version 5 to version 7. Are you saying here? Oh, really? I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, Tyrell. Did streaming help me get the job? The job I had gotten back then? No. It did help me get this job, though. Right? The job I have currently is as a developer advocate. A little bit glitch. If I didn't have stream, though, I would probably be stagnating on my developer skills, though. So, yeah, like even my CEO at one point was like, "Hey, we need to like get you some like programming tasks so that you can like, keep your chops up." And I was just like, I use Stream for that, and we're good. And I think they also benefit a lot from me as a developer advocate streaming because I get to chat with people who use GitKraken on a regular basis, which is pretty cool. Exactly. Yeah, it's a really cool company. This is definitely one of the best companies I have ever worked for. So Bitglitch, you don't have to. Do you use GitLens in VS Code? That's also one of ours. Yeah. So if you're using GitLens, you're already using GitKraken. Basically, you might not be using the main features of it, which I would recommend doing. You know, if you work on multiple repos at a time, you might really, really enjoy using like the Launchpad feature. So you can see like all your repos in like one view. Like not your repos, but like all the issues assigned to you or all the PRs that someone tagged you on as a reviewer, like all that stuff. We don't have anything for JetBrains yet. Like we've been trying to do it for a long time, but we have like some other priorities that we're trying to focus on first. If we would just, this is a thing that I'm going to have to like push back on and try and get them to prioritize eventually. If we just had a public REST API, then the community could build plugins for any editor they want. That'd be way better, in my opinion. So yeah, I really want to push for us to have a public REST API. There's just, you know, there's a process to that. And there's other priorities right now. But I think, yeah, the more we can push for that, the more value there would be in just like, hey, all these things that you guys don't want to work on that people keep asking for, we don't have to build it. We just have to maintain the API for it. But then we'd have to be very good about like versioning our APIs, and that would be tricky. Well, Winter Stasis, I started working for them in March, maybe April. So I might have already been working for them. I don't know. If it was 2 years ago, then yeah, definitely wasn't working for him yet. So Tyrell, GitLens has a paid tier, and the paid tier is for things like Launchpad and some of our other like team collaboration style features. Like even the commit graph, I believe, is a pro feature. Well, Lil Seth, you just got to build stuff, man. It's actually kind of easy. Um, Have I ever worked with VS Code programmatically? You mean like building an extension? You mean like this one that is annotating the end of this function, but doing so incorrectly? How about this one? The one that's annotating the end of the div here with the classes that we're decorating it with? Yes, I have. So the one we have built is HTML biscuits. HTML biscuits is the one that was working correctly. JSTS biscuits is the one that was a little wonky. And I don't know. I'd like to think that maybe the fact that I even had experience building an extension like that helped me get the job too. So yeah, we have HTML biscuits, which is, ooh, we're getting close to that 12K, which is cool. CSS biscuits, JSTS biscuits, and then assorted biscuits. And with that, you can do like Rust, Python, PHP, Lua, Kotlin, Java, Go, Elm, C, C#, right? And if you're a NeoVim user, I got your back. I was even able to speak at NeoVim Conf online about building NeoVim biscuits. You know the fun part? I used VS Code to make NeoVim biscuits, and I used Nano to actually edit my NeoVim config while I was testing things. No, I don't use Vim motions. Exactly. Yeah, I just like building stuff. If I find a good opportunity to build something, I'll probably just do it. So yeah, like yeah, we work on all sorts of just random side projects when I start to get burnt out on the larger ones, which is fun. Right? You'll even notice, hold on, who's this guy over here? Yeah, Tej even helped me make this extension better. No big deal. I've done it a bit. I fucking hate it. Like, best jobs I've ever had didn't actually do any leak code for the interview. The project I'm on right now is not open source. I do have an open source project that, you know, you're welcome to contribute to. There's plenty of them, actually. There's a bunch of them. But Giphium here definitely has some, like, features that would be nice to do some stuff with. Let me do this. Let me just reset things. Yeah, so basically this project. Right? We can take this, we can generate it into a GIF. right? Ooh, fancy. We could download that GIF and share it to social media. We can even turn it into a video and download that video and post it. Maybe? Wait, this worked just recently and now it's 0 bytes. How does this keep breaking? All right, so we got a bug to fix. That's annoying. The video worked just the other day. Yeah, like here's the crazy part. Here's a downloaded. Oh, what? Hold on. No, that's the MP4. I think number 5 here works. Yeah, so this like totally used to work as of December 20th, and I don't think we've even changed it. Yeah, God tier compression. There you go. So yeah, really not sure what broke there. That's a little annoying. But yep, that is the GitHub link for sure. Was it before or after December 20th? Yeah, no, wouldn't have been that. Yeah, it was working on December 20th. I'm guessing it has to do with the fact that I cleared my local storage in some way that broke things. Nah, so like, yeah, that clearing of the local storage, I'm pretty sure broke it. Something to do with how we're using, like, I don't know if we're using OPFS or if it's just IndexedDB for storing like the FFmpeg WASM stuff. The fact that that's instant does seem off to me. So it wasn't that. Yeah, FFmpeg WASM downloaded fine. Right? Yeah, no, it's definitely something to do with what I did just now, clearing out the cache, and I don't know what. Like try going to DevTools and then go to Application, and then go and delete everything from local storage, and then let me know what happens. What I'm thinking is maybe I just use this to clear all site data. No, you shouldn't have to be logged in. I'm not logged in right now. Yeah, I understand that. We do some caching. What I would say is on your first time it works, but try and delete that data and then see if it still breaks. Or if it still works. Yeah, still 0 bytes. I don't know. Works fine for you? All right, well. Worked fine in Firefox too? Ooh, yeah, so Tramstars, what browser are you in? Are you in Chrome or Firefox? That's actually not a bad test. Works not on my computer. Yeah, exactly. So Chrome for yourself? Yep. Yeah, works for me on Firefox. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, Arcuna, shipping with the Force. Did I try turning it off and on again? I did not. I know, it's just me breaking things. I'm going to try this. I know, exactly. Like, we'll see if that's the issue. Like, maybe Chrome's just like, you know what? I don't want to do it. No. Either you update or I'm just not going to work. Well, you do have to generate no matter what. If I download the GIF and then download the MP4, whole lot of Nathan. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not important. It is. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we saw it in the network tab. All 11 megabytes of it. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's one of those Schrodinger's bugs. I just ended up killing the cat. All right. So back to it. Account details here. We just need to fetch this stuff. So we fetch the account. We need to create the service. Let's bring this service down. What the hell is use viewport size doing? We're not even like using the value of it. Gone. All right, so those quota filter things. Nope, that is actually wrong. You can actually just get rid of it. Oh. All right, so yeah, here we need to look at, right, we got, where is it? We've got get accounts, get account, get stats, delete. So get balance accounts and get balance account. Now I have that endpoint wrong. So here in accounts, balances, get. Yeah, so it's accounts slash balances. I think that goes on account. And instead of balance account, it's account balance. All right, so it's actually going to be just on account service instead of balances service. So we didn't actually need, well, we do still need balance service and quota service, but this ends up being account service. Oh, right. So what we end up needing to do, right? We do account ID there. We do account ID there. We still want to check for that. Oh, and we can't do this. Promise.all. All right, this is getting a little annoying with the nesting. Aha. All right, so we do that for balances there, and then we want to do the same thing for quotas. You're going to start working on an ETL app/tool. Awesome. And hold on, I missed another comment or two. Let me double check. Okay, so Code Fellowship. How long did it take me to type at my normal speed with a split keyboard? You feel like it's coming day by day, but sometimes it's a struggle mentally. So, I am not the best typist. Jason, if you're out there, you know what clip is coming. I want to say, watch that clip very closely. How do I set it to repeat? Can I set it to repeat? Yeah, the no-look crossover, right? This is freestyle typing. The no-look crossover. Yeah, exactly. Right? Freestyle typing right here. The ankle breaker. I do the no-look crossover with this keyboard too. Yeah, that's the thing that like me and the Primogen consistently disagree about. That typing speed matters for one, and that typing properly matters for two. He has a very good argument. I've never learned how to type fast, so I'm not sure if typing speed actually matters. I type fast enough for what I need. I spend more time thinking about what I need to type than I do actually typing. In my opinion, you can watch a bunch of the people that value typing speed and using NeoVim a lot and blah, 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 and you'll recognize that they spend half their time deleting code when they could have thought about the code they were going to type first. That's just my opinion, man. I can be wrong. But in my opinion, yeah, typing speed doesn't matter at all. We have auto-completion. We have IntelliSense. We have all these tools that are optimized around not having to type that much. Now, I do envy Primogen's ability to navigate from file to file. That's something where I I scroll up and down and I click. Sure. He might be faster at that. Yeah, no, and I get that. And thinking about what keys to type takes you out of like your flow state maybe. So I can understand that. That is a valid excuse there, Exynos. I really enjoy the idea of like creating a mental map and all that stuff, right? The more I can like map out in my code, the more I can actually like reason about things before even typing anything. And I really value that ability. One of my favorite anecdotes about typing speed, though, is my parents. My dad is one of those people that will, or I mean, he can't do it anymore because he's old. He's like 70 plus. He's got to be close to 80 at this point. No, he's probably like 75 or something. But my dad is one of those people that would brag about how quickly he types. Thing is, it didn't matter. He was a hardware guy. His typing speed was meaningless except for writing documentation and like, stuff for meetings, Nowadays we have dictation for that. We don't even need to type when we're writing emails, We just correct it when we need to. Meanwhile, my mom is one of those like tap, tap, like these are the only two fingers she uses kind of thing. Not always, but she is not a touch typer. Nearly as much as people would expect you to be. She has written way more influential software than my dad ever did. Right? Back in the early 90s, she helped write number portability. when she was doing stuff for Microsoft in the early 2000s. She was doing, was it early 2000s? I want to say late 2000s, right? Like late aughts or whatever. When she was doing stuff for Microsoft, she was optimizing SQL queries, right? Her biggest win was, optimizing from a subquery to a join. She was able to take queries from like a day or longer in which they would run because of the size of the data set they were working on, and optimize them down to like 8 hours or less. That's a massive win. But she did that not touch typing. She did that not typing that fast because it didn't matter. She had to think about the problem at hand more than she actually had to like type out the code. So I definitely have a bit of an anecdotal bias there. Does it mean that everyone should listen to me and only do it the way I say? No. But I really do think your ability to come up with a mental model for these things is going to be far greater of a benefit than your ability to optimize your typing speed. And what I want to point out is, my opinion, I don't know if this is the case, is that the Primeagen has already optimized for creating that mental model and thinking about what he needs to type. So if he's got the 80% done, well, then there's only the last 20% to optimize for via typing speed. But until you've gotten that first 80%, your typing speed doesn't matter. And to me, that first 80% is good enough. Yeah, a lay. Ooh, that was definitely a thing, right? We saw, I know, it's a meme thing, so we shouldn't be judging it. But there was that, like, Doom CAPTCHA. Right? And we could see how it works, and we could then go find all of the UI auto-generation stuff that was done to get it. Like, look at all that prompting, man. I really feel like you could have just typed it, right? Like, you could have just made it in that time. And here's the best part. It's all client-side. There's no server-side component. So the CAPTCHA isn't even effective. Right? Like, he had such a good moment where he could have actually like had this use features of Next.js and do the server-side part and like server-side validate the deterministic state passed from the Doom client on the front end. But nope. No, it's just client-side logic and therefore a worthless CAPTCHA. But it's for a meme. I get it. Yes. Basically the bread. Yep. Yeah, right? If you go comb the source code, yeah, there's no server-side logic for this other than just tracking the events, right? Telemetry-wise. You can just iterate the function or callback that's being called from the WASM into your main thread. You can just call that function via DevTools, and you're done. So yeah, it's a fun little like experiment and toy thing to make, but it's actually a terrible like example of what Vercel's capable of. Like, this thing doesn't need to be on Vercel. So I don't know. Yeah. Whatever. He could have done it with GitHub Pages. He could have done it with anything. Yeah, so the bread, here's the thing. Doom doesn't use a random seed whatsoever. It's all deterministic. Right? So, yeah, you could just send the frames, right? Like the exact like steps to the server and validate those because it's already deterministic. Like you wouldn't even need to like replay it because it's a state machine at that point. Like you wouldn't even need the game running via Wasm. You can just emulate the state machine and you're done, you know? Right? You don't need any of the graphics or any of that stuff. But it also means that it's a terrible CAPTCHA because it's the same every time. My bad. My bad. It's an ineffective CAPTCHA. Is that better? No, it's a fun, like, he wasn't doing it to be like, hey, look at what you can do. He was doing it because, like, hey, this was fun. And then he wanted to show off how he prompted it with V0 because that's actually how they're going to make their money at this point. I think V0 is actually like their big money maker into the future if they can optimize the hell out of that. Sure, and it might just be the meme, you know? Like, I totally get that. And here's the thing, like, Guillermo Rausch, he's no slouch. Don't sell yourself short, Guillermo. You're a tremendous slouch. Sorry, I just had to do the the Caddyshack reference. But no, Guillermo Rausch has actually done some amazing code. Like he helped build out like Socket.io, you know? Like he made WebSockets actually usable. Like he's one hell of a programmer. Ooh, PS Doom is awesome. Yeah, there's also a Kubernetes like Doom. Right? Cube Doom. So you can kill Kubernetes pods the same way. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Talk about killed. Right? Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was our issue there with that. Nailed it. Oh, no, hold on. That is not it. I messed that up. All right, so we get those. Right, so balances and quotas. Yeah. This stoner did break the seal, so he's gonna have to go pee again. All right, so yeah, let me go pee. We are fetching these things. Do we think that endpoint's actually working, though? Right, we only have one balance and one quota. So yeah, we're good there. The quota is at 0. The balance is at negative 209. So we got those values. So we got to actually work on graphing these things. And let's think about what graph would make the most sense. I feel like in a lot of cases, the graph they use for quotas ends up being just like a value from like 0 to 1. So yeah, I don't know. Let me go pee. BRB. And ooh, thinking. Ooh. Hold on, before I get too settled. Oi, oi, oi. Hips is maybe the best one. Hips is really good. God, this song's fantastic too. Hold on, we're gonna listen to that song. I gotta hear it. One of these days I'll remember how to pronounce it. Oh, yeah, the link I have in my history. Hold on, that's not it. Yeah, exactly. Because it's a gem. Like, they were bobbing their head the entire time, and then eventually they actually listened to the lyrics. It was like so early in the morning, they were like, am I just that tired? Oh, there's another fake English song? Oh. Because, yeah, if anyone doesn't know, this song is written with lyrics that are complete gibberish, but they're meant to sound as American as possible. The way he does that part is so good. That's a solid duster he's got on right now, too. When I die, bury me in the duster. Was that a good thumb? I feel like it didn't quite have the bass. It came across the mic nice? Okay. So hold on, here's the thing. Y'all remember the, basically the shit post I made about Y2K and people romanticizing the past? That shit blew the fuck up on LinkedIn. Like, it is my most viral post on LinkedIn by far. $111 reactions, 126 comments, 34,000 impressions. I know, right? Like, it's kind of crazy, dude. What the fuck? I responded to like one person, maybe two, and then I was like, fuck it. I'll let people just argue in the comments. I don't care anymore. Like, it's super good. But that's the thing. Like, it's been blowing up like today and yesterday, easily 2 days after I posted it. So as far as like social media goes, you should always be posting to LinkedIn, Twitter, and Blue Sky alongside each other, because Twitter and Blue Sky, it's relevant for like a day. LinkedIn will show that shit to people for weeks. That's the way to grow on any platform, actually, HTTP. Yeah, LinkedIn doesn't give a shit about your follower count. Nope, not at all. They don't have enough people posting, honestly. They just don't. It's actually a gold mine. So Larobi, I think the big thing is like anything that relates even somewhat to boomers. Right? If you call out like anything against people's elitism. They only had 290K to work with for their operating systems. Like, come on, they gotta save the 2 bytes. Hold on. We'll allow that. Batshit crazy should be an allowed term. Oh, it should have been have a backbone JS, obviously. Oh, JD Does Dev just gave us a shout out. Cool, dude. I think he's streaming right now, right? Well, I mean, he's definitely streaming right now because the shout out, duh. Got one form hooked up successfully through a webhook. Hell yeah, nice. See, this is a great co-working stream, isn't it? I think so. I blame the music. Yeah, Leaflet's great. Getting more into automation so you can provide it as an add-on service. Yeah, so I'm going to have to actually like wire up a thing so people can enter a URL that I call for them at some point. So yeah, I'm going to need to let people set up webhooks via my form. That's post MVP, I think, but yeah. Yeah, basically, when someone is about to be over their balance, we have the option of sending an email on their behalf, but we also want to like let them wire up a webhook, so we send a request to their service so they send the email. That way, you know, they can manage that service themselves if they want. But I think that's post MVP. And yeah, Dr. Drapp, like, have you ever seen the movie Crocodile Dundee? That movie is entirely vibes. It's a vibe-driven film. It's really good. Not to be confused with the film Vibes, which is also a vibe. You guys haven't seen it? It's a really fun film. So you've never seen Crocodile Dundee? Okay. Well, that's your homework first. And then, when you just got time to kill, watch the movie Vibes. Like, really early Jeff Goldblum. Not quite as early as The Fly, but way before Jurassic Park. Yeah, this is like made during the era where like a theme song basically covered every major like dynamic part of the film. Like they used other songs in the film, but this theme song, there's like a part of this song for every part of a film, right? In the same way that the Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack, like the main theme song there, can be used basically throughout the entire film too, even though they do use like The Heat Is On by Glenn Frey or whatever. It was back when the theme song was made to cover basically every single bit that they needed, and then they would edit as they saw fit. Yeah, the icon style. I like the duotone. I'm not sure if you're aware of Iconify, but Iconify has basically like all of the icons. So you can really like pick and choose. I still try and stick within one like icon set just to like keep things consistent. We're currently using Phosphor on this project. A forked version of it for Angular? Oh, they don't have an Angular component in here by default? Really? They don't. Yeah, I almost feel like you could just contribute your forked version or whatever to what they're doing. That'd be really kind of cool. Especially now that I think Angular supports Vite. I could be wrong on that part. It's from an offshore dev. Yeah, no, I was just throwing that out there. Like, you know, if your company cares, I think by submitting something like that, you'd be able to get yourself, like, featured maybe, which could be kind of cool for marketing, but who knows? Like, your company probably doesn't care. Latest Angular does support Vite. Yeah, that's what I thought. I haven't used Angular for shit. It's been like 4 or 5 years now. About 3.5 to 4. But yeah, I would say my experience with Angular, especially like if we want to include Angular JS, is maybe equal to or greater than my experience with React. Like, I used to help co-organize the Seattle Angular meetup here in Seattle. Technically, I didn't do shit. But I gave talks. I hung out. One of my closer friends here in the Seattle area now is one of the people that was actually the main organizer. And yeah, like, it's super cool. Like, I'm really thankful for that meetup. It was cool. See, I don't Sgt. Pepper. How early did you get into Angular JS? Did you ever touch Angular JS 1.1? That shit sucked. Ugh, really? I think you're blocking out the trauma. Because you definitely misspelled a dependency injection at one point. Right? At one point, you misspelled the string dependency injection. And I think you just blocked out that trauma. Luckily, like, by the time Angular 1.3 came out, when I had to work on it again, there was a good, like, gulp plugin. And the gulp plugin could identify a bad injection. Like, technically, the gulp plugin was, like, modifying. Yeah, pre-TS days. Like, yeah, the DI magic string sucked. The gulp plugin that made it to where it wasn't a magic string and you would actually reference the package by, like, the variable name, that was actually really nice. But that was, like, I didn't know about that. Maybe it was sooner. I feel like it didn't exist until 1.3 came out. Hold on. Let me double check this. Close that. Close that. Nope. Hold on. I messed up. Okay. Phosphorus I want to keep open. That one we close. Okay. So this is some remastered. Nah, we heard that. Come on. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Right? Do we go back to the synthwave, or do we start playing some, like, funk? What are y'all feeling? Synthwave or funk? We got one for the funk. Who wants the funk? Gotta have that funk. All right. I will play that funky music. I'm sorry, Code Fellowship. We'll get the synthwave going. I think you'll enjoy this funk. I think you'll enjoy it. Ads are playing. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Oh, sorry, one second. Winter Stasis, I don't think we necessarily want to call that out right now. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, like... Exactly, Code Fellowship. There we go. We're going to play that funky music. Yeah. So yeah, here's the thing there, Winter Stasis, right? Like, you can do all sorts of terrible things, like Hassan and some of the stuff he's advocated for. But the moment you advocate for blocking ads, ooh. Like, yeah, banned. So yeah, you know what? I don't want to, like, poke that dragon. Thank you, though. I don't remember what other band this guitarist plays for, because they're super good, too. Ah, this stuff's good. Yeah. We haven't listened to this in ages. Yeah, I'm pumped on it. Stoked. All right, so we have this data coming back from the API. We need to put it into what we're doing here. Well, hello there. Yeah, how's it going, Joe? Joao? I forget the pronunciation, but yeah, welcome. Damn, okay, so I guess this song's a diagonal bop. It's like the opposite direction I normally diagonal bop, though. You can do the side-to-side bop with it. And the side-to-side is just a shallow figure eight. All right, so hold on. I guess here's the question. 1 second. Yeah. Let me just compare this real quick. So we'll have sidebar, title, other BS, and then we can do like the balances, which will probably end up being more like balance. And then we got like the quotas on the side. I actually expect that we'll have more quotas than balances in general. Well, hold on. I don't think I need to do this any differently. So we'll do that. Hold on. Let me just do this. So we could do blue where it's column by column. Or we could do green, and oh god, this is going to get wonky, where we're doing it rows. So the idea is we have the balances in a column where it's like balance A, balance B, balance C, or we do it row-based and it's balance A, balance B, balance C, balance D, like, you know, like wrapping. I'm tempted to do them as rows, even though the rows are going to wrap anyway. And when we get to mobile size, it's going to be columns anyway, right? But like stacked columns. My instinct is rows. So it would be like balance A, balance B, balance C, balance D, right? Versus balance A, balance B, balance C, balance D, like on top of each other. Okay. I think so too. So, Keo, the peppers. The peppers are JSTS biscuits. They're an extension that we made a couple of years ago now. What you'll notice is that there's this like save icon too. The save icon is HTML biscuits. So that's what you're seeing right here. And we're at 11.8 thousand installs. But we also have JSTS biscuits sitting at 2.2K. The idea is that we can just annotate the end of a block. So just remember the shrug is actually our like bailout as far as JSTS biscuits go. Instead of doing the shrug, we should actually just not print the bailout, and that would probably be better. But what you end up seeing where the save icon's happening is, you know, just imagine you're like deeper down in here and you wanted to put something between these divs. You can actually know based upon the class and the ID which div is which without having to like scroll up for it, because VS Code doesn't always annotate that properly with like the sticky header. So it's basically a way of annotating the ending bracket or ending block. Yeah, so if we look here, we can see that this is the end of that if statement. So if we're just like, you know, randomly down here, we know that if we want to put something before this, we don't have to scroll up to find it. We just know we want it inside this if block. And then we can do, you know, blah, blah, blah. So yes, if you use VS Code, we got some extensions for you. And if you don't even write TypeScript, we can handle C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, TOML, and YAML. The white space sensitive languages are a little hit and miss, right? So Python and YAML are a bit meh, but they actually work. Elm is actually probably the most questionable of the whole group. But yeah, you can see here that we can annotate the ending bracket inside of some Rust code too. I got the idea from the Flutter plugin because with Flutter, you get this like list of just ending parentheses, right? And that's like a Dart problem, technically. And their extension in VS Code annotated the ending parenthesis. I decided to bring that to HTML and other languages. If you happen to be a NeoVim user, I also made NeoVim biscuits. So you can get the same functionality inside of NeoVim with basically any language that TreeSitter supports. And you can give it per language specifications. You can have it activate based upon only if your line is on that, or if your cursor is on that line. You know, we got some cool features to it. So, just in case, just throwing it out there. And the fun part, oh, hold on, music got loud for a second. Sorry, my bad. I wondered why I was yelling, because I got the music turned up too high. All right, so yeah, basically, the fun part about making the NeoVim extension is I made the NeoVim extension inside of VS Code. Like I wrote the NeoVim extension using VS Code, and I even modified my NeoVim config using Nano. So I basically didn't use NeoVim to write the NeoVim extension, other than to test it. And yeah, if it's too loud, I'm too old. Yeah, exactly, Alan, for sure. Now, Alan, is that a quote from something other than the movie Airheads? Because that's my only reference to it. Dude, Cat Ranger, you should get some sleep. Holy shit. When I started at like 1 p.m., you were like, yeah, it's midnight. I mean, I appreciate you hanging out. I really do like it. Like, thank you so much. But you should get some sleep. It's probably one of those generic quotes that's been around forever. I only recognize it from the movie Airheads because I was young when that movie came out. Yeah, get some sleep, Cat Ranger. I appreciate you hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. But we'll see you again soon. And remember, you got homework. You got to watch the movie District 9 and Super Troopers in whatever order you want. Yeah, District 9 is a fantastic film. Like, I really, really, really liked it when it came out. Like, man. Like, they do the allegory so well, and it's actually, like, a great film, too. Like, man, yeah, really well done. All right, anyway, back to what we're building. Oh, I got logged out. Yeah, our token expired. We only let it last for a day. That was done under the assumption that we were going to be like man in the middling your connection to Stripe. Now I don't think that's actually a goal, so I don't know if we need to be that strict. Dude, this guitarist is good, man. so I got to grab my phone. We got to go to this and grab our magic link. Oh, I hate this part, actually. This is kind of a shitty solo. Especially this part. Hold on. He goes too long with some of these. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this solo. It's a bit of wanking. It's a bad solo. It just is. It's just a bunch of mindless self-indulgence. Technically, I would say mindless self-indulgence is more melodic. That's a meta joke. Because, yeah, the band Mindless Self-Indulgence, I don't even think there are melodies in their songs. Here we go. Okay, solo's done. Yeah, that solo actually, like, stresses me out. Like, it puts me on edge. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah, how you doing, Barnum? And yeah, I'm still figuring out, like, how we want to set up, like, you know, client calls, etc. Yeah, it belongs in a song that I don't have to listen to. Exactly. He's a better guitarist than I'll ever be. I won't even contest that in any way whatsoever. Here we go. This is the band The True Loves. So, same guitarist. I don't think he blows it like he did previously. Really curious how film crews like this actually sync up their time code. Yeah, damn right, Alan. Alan, you're a saxophone player, right? Is that a saxophone or a sousaphone? I don't know the actual difference. Sousaphones are big, right? Like, they're like super deep bass, right? See, I don't think it's actually a saxophone. Hold on, I'll try and show it. Because it has a bend in it that is not a typical saxophone bend. So there's the saxophone guy. That's not the guy that was playing that. Right? That's a saxophone, right? All right, so hold on. I'll try and show it here and again, like if they show it. Oh, there it is. It's got that bend in it. That's the dude that you were hearing. That thing right there. Is it like an alto or tenor sax? Okay, it's a tenor sax. Got it. Okay. Baritone sax. Okay. Oh, okay, so tenor sax was the one that was like the guy in the middle of the three. The guy that was like, you guys were like, ooh, play that sax. That was the baritone sax. Ah, okay. Okay, got it. Okay. That makes sense. It was good. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So they're all saxophones technically. It's just like the range that they have. And yeah, what up, Dave Attempts Dev? How you doing? Like we haven't seen you chat yet today. Oh, and yeah, you were here while we were doing the shader stuff. I think this might be my favorite shader that we made. I don't know if you were here for this shader. Oh, dude, that shader's so good. I thought it was just a synthwave shader, but no, it's really good for funk as well. This shader might actually work for any mood. So baritone is a hell of a lot of fun. If you ever listen to Morphine, that's what they use. I have not heard Morphine. Saber, play what again from the start? You mean the song we were just listening to? Nah. Okay, Alan. Yeah, sounds good. Let me know. I don't know why my brain like connected these, but Mogwai is coming to Seattle. I actually want to go see him. I think they're coming in March. They're like a good like chill out band, but it's not anything like this. So I don't know why it connected. I think just like the MO from the name of the band. But yeah, I want to go see Mogwai. You know what I'm actually looking forward to the most? Shit. I'm spacing on his name now. Hold on. I've got it saved. I think. Reggie Watts. Ooh, dude. Yeah, I'm going to go see Reggie Watts here at the end of February. I need to buy the tickets. He's playing at the Showbox. It'll be so good. I should just buy the tickets now. Yeah, dude. I'm buying the ticket now. I'm just doing it. Hold on. If I don't do it now, I'll forget. And then I'll end up paying extra like I did for Soul Coughing. But it wasn't like a lot, so I'm okay with it. I'm on the fence about Mogwai. I'm definitely going to go see Reggie Watts. It's a sink into the couch song. All right. Yeah, I like that. You know my style of music. And yeah, dude, the shader nails it. Good job, shader. All right, let's actually implement some code stuff. I guess. And hold up. Naranek, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Cheers. All right, yeah, tickets delivered. Dude on the congas is killing it. All right, so hold on. We go and we look at these details. We see balances and quotas. We actually want to wrap each column here in a conditional. That is the wrong conditional. All right, so we still haven't landed on the visualization that we want. Let's go look at what Mantine ships with, and hopefully we got it. I almost want to do like the semicircle progress. We could do a ring and then it's like a negative progress. Right? We don't even need to use like the charts. We can go look at the charts. I don't think any of these charts are actually what we're looking for. Nope. 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 Nah. Nope. And yeah, so I like the idea of using a progress component for quotas. For balances, I think we just do a dollar amount, right? We just do like not a dollar amount, but like an amount, just like a large number, and we just color it either blue or green, or blue or red. Red if they're overdrafted, right? There's that tenor sax. There you go. Yeah, the majority of this band is like Seattle locals too, which I find actually really, really cool. I need to look at if they're touring at all, because I would love to go see these guys in concert. Like how I did that to the beat. I can't stand it. It's like I planned it. Are we going to set straight this Watergate? Yeah, I actually need to like fine tune this microphone because it's picking up audio that I don't think it should. Like it even picks up like, dude, it's picking up my like tapping on my trackpad. So yeah, something about my shotgun mic is actually misconfigured because it should not be picking that up. Or I just need to buy one of those $1,000 shotgun mics, right? I actually did just buy one of the shit. What's the good brand? Like, what's the one Thor uses that really does like the radio voice stuff? It's a Shure something or other, SM7B or whatever. Yeah, I just picked up an SM7B. I'm tempted to replace this shotgun mic with it. But I feel like to make it worthwhile, it needs to be like up in my face. And I'm not a big fan of the mic up in my face. Like, I'm too dynamic. Like, I'd have to have it like radio style, like to where I can like move it around and all that shit. Yeah, exactly. I'll do it for voiceovers. I don't know if I want to do it for stream though. Welcome back, Code Fellowship. How you doing? Where'd you go? You go eat some dinner or something? What'd you have to eat? Thinking I'm going to do some carbonara tonight because I got to use up that bacon anyway. I did just get a rotary cheese grater. So I kind of want to like try out my new toy for that. Like, I don't actually mind grating cheese by hand, but I mean, come on. I gotta try it. Oh, installing a new shower head. Ooh. Ooh, The Sandlot? Nice. Oh, that movie's a classic. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die. Oh, it's a great film. Like, is it one at the age of 6? Like, is it the film that they watch on like repeat? I feel bad. My parents will never be able to watch Return of the Jedi ever again because that was the movie I put on repeat. Oh, baseball's great. But here's the thing. At least he's not wearing out Major League. You can actually show him Major League at some point. It's the greatest baseball film ever made, right? I don't know. As a baseball fan, what do you consider the greatest baseball film ever made? I'm curious about that one. To me, it's Major League because nothing beats the tension that they build in that final scene. Like, that's one of the greatest final scenes in any sports film ever made. Yeah. Major League is not kid-friendly. Wait till he's old enough. For sure, I get it. My parents fucked up. They showed me movies when I was way too young for them. Way too young. Ooh, you say you love the Major League movies. Plural. I actually, like, as far as like a fun film goes, I think Major League 2 is more fun. They don't have a single moment that mirrors the tension of Major League 1 in that final scene. Like, if we want to like base it on like the penultimate scene, well then no. Yeah, Major League 1 wins. But Major League 2 is just so much more fun of a film. Oh, it's just so much more fun of a film. Oh, yeah. Like, dude. Major League 2, yeah. Like, upside down. Like, yeah. Nope, you're holding it upside down. Right? When he's doing the speed stick commercial. Dude. Yeah, there's so many good moments in Major League 2. Right? The marbles. You have no marbles. You have no marbles. Marbles? Huevos? like once he translates it, he's like upset. Like, it's really good. Dude, I love that movie. I think I prefer Major League 2. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries at all. Major League 3 is meh, right? Back to the minors or whatever. Meh. Sure. But yeah, 1 and 2, oh my god, they're so good. Oh, they're so good. Nah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Nah, you don't have to. You do whatever the hell you want. Just hanging out, totally worth it. I'll appreciate it. But again, hanging out is the key. That's the best part. Yeah, like, I'm actually like a major like film buff. I'm like really into film. I'm also really into bad films. Like, growing up, I used to love the movie Ice Pirates. It's not a good movie. I fucking love it, though. So yeah, like, I can talk about bad film as well as I can critique what makes a good film and all that, you know? I don't think you can appreciate Citizen Kane level films without appreciating Toxic Avenger level films. I think there's actually something magical about recognizing value in all of it. And dude, thank you for that sub. I appreciate you. Wait, is that 6 months in advance? Whoa. Dude. Don't put that pressure on me. Shit, now I gotta be cool for 6 months? Oh, no. Like, nah, we're good. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Cheers. Alan, like, Ice Pirates has played on Tubi or Pluto or one of the other services somewhat recently. Like, we've watched it on stream, on gaming stream, like a bunch of times. But yeah, dude, I really appreciate that. Code Fellowship, man. Yeah. Like, I love the idea of cinematography and like what things mean. And one of my biggest pet peeves in filmmaking is when people misuse a Dutch angle. Like, there are some movies where like every other shot is a Dutch angle and it loses its value. It loses its power. Like, man, I get really upset when movies misuse a Dutch angle. But when it's used right, oh my God, it's like, it's so perfect. Like, it really does make you feel like something is definitely off. Like, you can convey so much with the right angle, with the way you like shoot your shots. Like, oh man, yeah, hell yeah. But hold on, where's this progress bar? Semicircle progress is what I think I'm going to use. We could do a ring progress, and then it's just the opposite direction of the circle, but we don't end up getting... I guess here's the thing with a balance. No. With a balance, we don't care. It's only with quotas. So if we're only doing this with quotas, Yeah, right? Balance is just going to be a number value, but a quota, right? We got 0 to 100, but what about if we go over 100? Okay, so here's my thought with the quota going over the balance. Instead of blue, we make it red. We show the value, but the over 100 is then if it's like double, right? So like the ratio of over 100 is then just like double your original quota, right? To the sky, maybe. I still want to do it as based upon like the max. We could definitely color it like yellow or some other color if they're getting close to the max, right? Yeah, their progress components are good. And I think for a quota, a progress component makes a lot of sense. We could do it with a semicircle. We could do it with progress. We could do it with ring progress. I think it's either semicircle or just a regular bar. I really like the idea of changing the color when we're over the quota. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're going to actually implement the quotas first. Balance is just a number value, so that should be quick enough. So we'll do that part here in a second. Ooh, yeah, bar chart would work just as well. I don't think we're gonna have so many that it's like a problem. Like if I was gonna have a lot of them, and yeah, no worries, Code Fellowship. Yeah, if we were gonna have a lot of them, I would consider just doing the bar. We're only gonna have like two, and bar chart. The reason I don't necessarily like bar chart is because it would only make sense if we had multiple bars to represent like the various quotas, but then they would have to like rationalize their y-axis against each other, and I don't think that's going to make any sense. And then labeling those sections would kind of suck. See, I don't want to do a bar chart, but if we wanted to do like a linear, like side-by-side progress bar, we could do that. So then they could actually be like stacked. And that could make sense. Fievel, you're actually onto something. Like, if we have more. So usage over time, I don't necessarily want to show for a quota. For a balance could make sense, like over time. But right now, I don't think we're going to show the over time part. I think we just want to show like the current. I would say MVP is just show current, and then as users maybe request values over time, we can do that. So I think what you're getting at, Donkeyfish, is if we're showing all of them and we show like the current and then we click into it, we could see what their like history is. That would be worthwhile. Yeah, no worries, Fievel. No. Like, I think it was good. Like, I got to talk through these ideas. I'd rather think through it and then I don't got to worry about my typing speed. Boom. That was such a good comedian style callback right there. Damn right. Yeah, I appreciate that, Code Fellowship. I would recommend, though, if you end up crawling enough other like Twitch streams, Twitch Turbo might be your jam. Because then you don't get ads on any channel. So, I mean, I appreciate it. I'm not going to turn down the sub, but like for your value, if you end up in enough Twitch streams, Twitch Turbo ends up being really worth it. Right? I don't know if it actually supports the streamer that much, so like, you know, totally up to you. Just throwing it out there, just letting you know. For my customer service rep, a little bit, that might be the type of person that needs to log into this, and they will definitely be someone that would do it. I think for the most part, I'm only thinking about the user persona of like the owner of the software as a service or the person that cares about the billing. But eventually, like customer service reps would need to log in and be like, well, let me look. Yeah, support streamers without interruption. So Turbo, does it not go to the streamers? I don't know. I think you still end up kicking money towards the streamer as if you saw the ads, but it's still not like the same amount as if you did a sub. So you're still paying like as if you saw the ad. But I don't think you're paying as if you subscribed. Yeah, exactly, Bar. Yep. Yeah, for sure. So for streams that show way too many ads, well then, yeah, that makes sense. I show as few ads as possible because that shit doesn't pay the bills, and I think it just turns off viewers. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Cinco de Mayo. For sure, ACM. So how many solo passion projects have I done so far, and how do I make sure I don't abandon them and keep going? I definitely have projects that have died. For sure. 100%. I could hop back into them at any time, but like, I don't know, like look at, sometimes a project is just pretty much done. I don't think there's any, oh, hold on. I meant HTML biscuits. I don't think HTML biscuits needs anything else. I think it is basically done. So sometimes some projects can actually just be finished. It's rare that software is ever done, but sometimes it just is. But that is like the open source maintainers quandary, right? Well, Donkeyfish, yes, I understand that. It might be rare to do so, but we still want the user to be able to do so, right? Like, to me, that is still part of the MVP of the project. Like, I get that Donkeyfish. It might be rare, but it's still part of, like, the initial MVP for this. Because someone will want to eventually. Right? If they see a user that's negative, they might want to dig into why. I'm only thinking from my own perspective at this point. Like, I would want to dig into why. The problem is, with what I'm building right now, I'm building for myself. I don't have any actual customers to consult with for product market fit. The product market fit is I'm building a thing that I want. Because I plan on using Waltr in pretty much every other software as a service that I ever built. Right? So I won't know if I like all this stuff until I start consuming it and dog fooding it into something else. And even then, I still need to talk with other people to see if it's something they want to. What's up, Saber? Talk to indie game devs. Yes, absolutely. I think indie game devs are a core target market for sure. I would actually put indie game devs above indie hackers for like solopreneur type like projects, like Chat GPT rappers basically. I would actually put indie game devs as a target market above Chat GPT rappers. My core target market is actual like software as a service. Like, man, I'd love to just go travel to like San Fran for like a couple months while a Y Combinator cohort is going, and then just go party and drink with all the Y Combinator people, and then try and sell them on the idea without even having to get into Y Combinator. I think that would actually like pay dividends compared to even doing the Y Combinator thing. Because I'm still solo founder, right? Y Combinator doesn't like solo founders. And I understand why. But if I can get enough of their cohort to use my product, either I force their hand or I've got, businesses anyway. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at HTTP. I really do think every single business that goes through Y Combinator would benefit from something else to manage the balance bullshit, right? Quota bullshit for their product. Because that's just a thing that they don't have to build anymore. It's like auth as a service, right? Why do that when you can just consume some auth as a service that Y Combinator already funded, right? Boom, problem solved. So yes, I know. I do think I could apply to YC, but they really don't like solo founders. At some point, yes, I probably do need a co-founder. I think I can bootstrap ahead of that though. Yeah, I mean, I just like building stuff. Yeah, solo founder can work. I totally agree. But Y Combinator is not there to bet on the exceptions to the rule. They are purely a numbers game. Yeah, like no, Y Combinator purely bets on like the odds, like the averages. You know, if I can prove out the business and become profitable without them, then they might get, the FOMO. And then solo founder's fine. Yeah, I think I could eventually just force their hand. Yeah, exactly. If I do it right, who knows? I don't know. I'm just some fucking stoner making some shit on stream. Who knows? I have no idea, man. Exactly. I'm basically just a sentient beanie at this point. The beanie does the heavy lifting. All right, so this will not end up being balances.map. Yeah, that's actually my biggest concern about doing YC. Would I have to actually move to San Fran? Or could I just move to Reno and drive into town like once a week? That'd be way better. Or just another pandemic happens and they do another remote cohort. I mean, Reno, Tahoe, same difference, right? Like Reno is just cheaper than Tahoe. I did used to skate, but I was terrible at it. I was a really bad skater. Like I did old school tricks, but even then, like some of the shit Theo's like shown via clips, like he's a better like old school skater than I am too. But he's also a better like legitimate skater than I am. So like, yeah, he's just a better skater. I got a couple tricks that he might not do, but he could learn really quick. I just think he's so tall that bonelesses are like not as in his wheelhouse. No, I know Saber, right? The bird flu, some weird thing happening in China right now. Like, I actually am not praying for a pandemic, but I will say, like, the highest viewership numbers I ever had when was everyone was forced to be home anyway. But no, like, just because I would enjoy it more doesn't mean I think everyone else should have to endure that. That's selfish. That is a bit selfish. Exactly. Like, people would die. Like, I'm not praying for people to fucking die. Okay? I just wish everyone was a homebody like me. That would be way better. You people with social lives. Come on. How dare you? I'm kidding, by the way. Like, no. I like being able to leave the house every once in a while too. Okay? Once a month. That's basically all I got in me. Luckily, Seattle JS is just once a month, so we're good. But yeah, no, I don't want a lot of people to die or something. Shit. I just wish people didn't value being out and about so much. And again, I'm still kidding. Like, I don't know how to phrase this in a way that sounds any better, so whatever. No, that sounds way worse. That sounds way worse. Like, I'm a hermit anyway. So COVID didn't change much for me. Right? Like, I'm just saying, like, I barely leave the house anyway. Lockdowns did not impact me. I ordered DoorDash more. That was it. That's the only thing that changed. Yeah, I don't know about that bit glitch. I definitely started drinking more. That's definitely an issue. I think the next lockdown might kill me. You know, like, not ideal. Not ideal. No, technically, moving into an apartment where I can't smoke as much weed as I want, that's actually what caused me to drink as much as I do. Every single human being I know who has tried to quit weed ended up drinking to compensate. There's something weird about that. It's like we're just escapists trying to do something other than reality. Speaking of, let me grab another soda. I'll be right back. Just right here. We're good. Oh. I understand that bit glitch. I don't like blaming a thing like that. I'd rather embrace that as a personality trait than just blame a condition. Granted, I probably have the condition, but I just... Nah. Our brain's so strong. We can do whatever the hell we want. We just have to want to. And that's the hard part. But it's doable. Yeah. Like, again, I'm not judging anyone. Do whatever the hell you want. I just don't like people using a condition as an excuse. You can have a condition, but you are strong enough to be better than that condition. I believe in you. Like, you 100% are. It actually just comes down to willpower. And I'm not saying for 100% of people, like, come on. But if you're sitting here chatting, coherent, able to rationalize thoughts with us, you're not one of those people whose condition rules them. So that's all I'm getting at, right? And I don't want to dig too deep into it. But yes, I just believe in the power of the fucking brain. Right? The human mind so damn strong. To not define. That's the keyboard getting you. Yeah, for sure, man. No, I get you. Took me a second. I was like, well, hold up. That's a weird way to phrase that, if that's what you were going to say. So yeah, no, to not define. Yeah, absolutely, man. No, I completely agree. Yep. I completely agree. Now, there are people that don't have that choice. And I'm not speaking for them in any way. I'm not speaking for anybody, actually. I only speak for myself. And whatever condition I might have, I believe the main condition is I'm a fucking jerk. I don't let it define me, though. Yeah, exactly. I may resemble that statement. Do we cheers on that? Yeah, for sure. I think we cheers on that. Whatever our condition be, we have the power to not let it rule us. I have the power to be a nice, fun person to be around. Despite my instinct to be a jerk every single moment I have. Right? Like, oh man, I want to be a sarcastic asshole every single moment, every single chance I got. But we have the power to not do that. Right? We have the power. Have I drank water yet? I mean, there's water in whiskey. There's water in Coca-Cola. But I do also have some tea that I should be sipping on as well. I should be actually chugging anything other than the whiskey and Coke. It's a Friday night. Come on. But no, I've like overdone it during the holidays, so I don't want to necessarily like massively overdo it today. So I should pace a little bit. Eventually. Hold on, here you go. Water? Like from the toilet? You're funny. Yeah, that's like a highbrow reference. Yeah, you know, some people just won't get it. Yes, that was an idiocracy reference for sure. Welcome to Carl's Jr. Have some extra big ass fries. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah. How did you know my whiskey was from Costco? I feel like my privacy was just a little bit invaded. How dare you? If you live in a state where Costco sells like alcohol, I hope you know that you don't actually have to have a Costco membership to buy alcohol at Costco. When you're walking in and you're like, hey, they're like trying to scan your Costco card. If the Costco sells alcohol, like liquor, They are legally required to sell it to you without the membership. I don't know if you know that, but it's only the alcohol, right? If you're buying anything else, no, you need the membership, and they'll be upset. But legally, they have to sell you the alcohol. That's the only way they can actually maintain their liquor license. At least here in Washington and Oregon and any other state. I don't think Oregon Costco can actually sell alcohol, technically. No, because Oregon's still like the liquor store state. But I know here in Washington, and I've heard in other states as well. But it is a state-sanctioned thing, so they get to decide. Here in Washington, though, yeah, you go into Costco, and you're like, well, no, I don't have a Costco card, but I'm only here to buy whiskey. They have to sell it to you. That's the law. Okay. I thought you were about to pull some bullshit for boycott Costco. Because there's like a meme going around about that. And fuck those people boycotting for that reason. But your reason, no, I get that. I don't want to get political, so you can go look it up. I would say I actually want to buy more at Costco because of their stance. Like, I actually want to support Costco even more, and I don't even know how I do that. Sam's Club? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that's a bummer. Because it's just Walmart at that point. Like, yeah. When Sam's Club was independent, it was great. It's not anything anyone can sign up for at the moment. I feel like we were kind of close to an alpha or like MVP at one point. And then I decided that we needed a major pivot. And that major pivot was basically like we only had one balance per business. And I don't think that actually works after actually chatting with people out and about. Like, just going out, drinking, hanging out with people at like GitHub Universe and other places and blah, blah, blah. Nah. The more I chatted with people, the more it made sense that like, no, you need to be able to track like multiple like balances, but also like quotas are actually a major business. So the original thing was I only wanted to abstract out like the DigitalOcean balance as a service. So if you've ever used DigitalOcean, I wanted to just take their billing platform, right? Like the single balance per account, etc., and make that happen as a service. At this point, I can do that and I can do quotas. And realistically, I think my target market wants to do both. I think by expanding my target market, I'm actually expanding my ability to collect or to solicit investment. But yes, my initial like business plan was just to support a single balance, which would have solved like, Chat GPT wrappers. It would have solved DigitalOcean competitors, but it wouldn't have solved games. Because games typically have two internal currencies. One for, stuff you can like get for free in game, and then stuff that you got to pay money for to get like cosmetics or whatever. Right? The League of Legends model. They have two currencies. Blue crystals and red crystals. I think my core target market is actually something that needs like the double at the bare minimum. So to support that, well then, yeah, like adding quotas on top, like, fuck it. Why not? And this was all like something I determined within the past maybe like 3 months after just chatting with people about these things, seeing what they needed, seeing what I needed to do. I think drinking whiskey and chatting with other entrepreneurs is how I established product market fit without actually like even having to deal with the market. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, a lot of this like decision to pivot the business and support like multiple of each thing and even adding quotas instead of just balances, that was actually after like conversations being had at multiple events. So if I simply just frame this in a better way, I could say that I've done the product market fit thing, but I haven't actually established the customer base because I haven't done the MVP yet. So I'm aiming towards doing the MVP within, like, theoretically within the end of the month. We'll see. We'll see. And yeah, how you doing, my secure gift? I saw your previous comment. Like, yeah, I was not ignoring you. Yeah, how you doing? But yeah, my main goal is to actually launch this in a way that I can consume it with another product I want to make, and then I can dog food it and product market fit for myself at the bare minimum. And I actually plan on launching a product on top of or within, or I don't know how to phrase it, right? Cloudflare. Let's see. Man, I can never find this as quickly and easily as I need to, but Cloudflare Workers Launchpad. Yes, this program. I actually have a product I want to launch on the Cloudflare Workers Launchpad funding program that will eventually consume Waltr as well. So the next product I work on, it's going to be super small, super like, no, the product exists. Like there's some other company doing it better already. But could I launch something that scales to 0 on top of the Launchpad program and still like consume what I'm building with Waltr to prove out like the product market fit? So HTTP, my main goal is not a Unity specific thing, but Unity is just C#, right? So open API generator. How I did multi-tenant. I don't think there's much of a chat to be made. Like, it's just all tenants within a single database, and I'm scoping things based upon their business ID. So, real quick, hold on, just look. Oh, hold on. I didn't want to click meta. But if we... Oh, wait, hold on. This is the one. Yeah, if we zoom in a bit... Well, actually, we didn't need to zoom in on this one. If we look at how I'm doing my keys... Business ID is actually like one of the fundamental like things that I'm scoping my keys by. So it's actually really simple. So yeah, HTTP, like engine integrations, I don't think make any sense because like none of this is actually tied to an engine. It's just the game dev calling out to my API from wherever it makes sense for them. Right? Like, no problem. So C#, like, no, we're in there, man. Like, whatever. I can generate all of these C# clients as separate clients using OpenAPI Generator, and I'm good to go. Right? For C++. Well, I mean, Unreal Engine 4 is in there. Like, we're good to go. Sorry for the burp. So my secure gift, here's the big thing. You're talking about a SQL-ish database. I'm not using SQL. I'm using DynamoDB, so I just have to like scope data based upon a business ID key and make sure that no other tenant can access another tenant's data, right? So like, here's the biggest thing that I find questionable. Like, if you're using any database, like you're scoping stuff based upon the business anyway. Like, your database should be like business scoped anyway. So like, in my opinion, like multi-tenant database design is actually like the default. I don't understand anybody who designs a database for a single tenant. That sounds super fucking weird to me. Like, I don't understand that. Why would anyone design a database to not be multi-tenant? I don't understand the single tenant database design. That shit makes no sense to me. Every database I've ever designed is multi-tenant. So I don't get it. Right? All of your queries are scoped to a specific business ID, you know, and you're done. No, I'm not going to do that, doggy fish. No, the customer does not get database access. Fuck no. Hell no. No. Definitely not. Never, ever, ever, ever. Hell no. Are you fucking kidding me? No. No, definitely not. If they want to host this shit locally on their own hardware, well, yeah, I can give them the source code and we can like set up some stuff for that. And that's fine. If they want that level of access, they can host it themselves on their own fucking hardware, on their own fucking AWS account. That's a separate thing. Like, they're just going to host it on their own AWS account. Nah. I'm not giving them access to my fucking cloud. Hell no. If they want to host it within their own cloud, well, that's easy. I can just give them the source code with a license, and we're done. Yeah, like, so, Donkeyfish. I think what we're getting at is, like, no, they'll never get access to my cloud. They'll just be operating with a multi-tenant database in which they're the only tenant on their own hardware. And then it's fine. Then it's totally fine, right? Like, that's easy. So I would ship them the same multi-tenant database, but they just happen to be the only tenant on it. And that's fine. Like, problem solved. In my opinion, that's the only way to approach that. Because then you're not even responsible for hosting their infrastructure. You're only responsible for maintaining the client contract for if they run into issues and they want to modify the source code and then they want to treat you as like tech support for their modifications and blah, blah, blah. Sure. And then you just maintain like a support contract for updates. So no, I understand that, Donkeyfish, but even then, like, you just ship them the same multi-tenant source code and they run it within their own infrastructure. And then You just charge them for a support contract, and then you got someone on call for them. Boom, problem solved. Like, I don't see what the big deal is for that. No, I'm not going to spin up my own, like, cloud for you. Like, no, you spin up your own cloud if you want to self-host. Problem solved. You want us to, like, hire and pay for people to, like, maintain your own internal private cloud? Well, yeah, you give us the access for that, sure. No problem. Yeah, you give us the login credentials. I'll hire a contractor to do that, and I'll charge some money on top of it for you if you don't want to do it yourself. Like, cool. Yeah, to me, like, multi-tenant is the default. And if some enterprise wants their own, like, single-tenant version of it, well, yeah, it's just the same multi-tenant code, but they're the only tenant within it. But they're hosting that shit. And then you just hire, like, a solutions architect to maintain that client. Problem solved. So yeah, I don't understand the question. I don't see why you would ever spin up single tenant architecture on your own fucking hardware, on your own fucking cloud. Like, nah, man, that's their problem at that point. Multi-tenant means that you can have multiple businesses and they're all within the same database. So, right, like, if we look at the way I'm doing my keys, this, let me just, like, I don't know. Let's go forward a bit. Right? This balance is tied to this specific business. That means that this business has their own balances, and every other business has their own balances, and never the twain shall meet. That's actually the way I think every database should be designed. So I actually struggle to recognize why anyone would make a single tenant database when instead you can just sell an enterprise customer on a multi-tenant database that's just single tenant because they're the only one anyway. This UI is a thing called, I forget, it's like Dynamo something or other. This is basically like PHPMyAdmin for SQL, but instead it's for DynamoDB. But yeah, ERFOM is basically you support multiple businesses within the same database. That is a multi-tenant database. And to me, that's the only version that ever makes any sense. I have no idea why you would design something to only ever support one business. That's so fucking weird. Nah, because you can just ship them the same code and they can self-host it, and then they're the only business anyway, so it doesn't matter. But all your queries and everything are still the same because it's just the same business, right? So yeah, the person that asked about multi-tenant originally, does that answer the question? I don't know for sure. I don't know. So my secure gift, that was your question, right? Did I answer what you were asking? I think the big thing is, like, don't host an enterprise that wants a single tenant system on your own hardware. You just help them host it. And then you charge them for a support contract. I will point out, like, I have been fuzzy on the difference between multi-tenant and single tenant for ages because single tenant doesn't make any fucking sense to me. To me, a single tenant database system is something where someone wasn't thinking ahead. and they built the product wrong. Because any multi-tenant database system can be made single-tenant by just hosting it on different hardware and only having one business associated, right? Like, boom, problem solved. So yeah, any software as a service you're ever building, build it multi-tenant. Just do that. If a client wants to pay you massively extra money to host their shit for them in a single tenant way using your multi-tenant architecture, but they don't want to do it on their own hardware, well then yeah, you just charge them way more money. Problem solved. It's easy. You just charge them way more money. Yeah, they'll just be company ID 1 on, if they want you to host the hardware for it too, well, yeah, you just charge them way more money. Like 1000x. Because at that point, they don't care about the money number. They just don't want to be liable for the hosting. Well, yeah, you just charge them 1000x and hire a couple SREs. Problem solved. If you built the product right, you don't need that many SREs. Maybe just one. Hence why I'm building on top of Lambda and Dynamo. But yeah, anyway, ranting aside, I hope it's clear I like to rant. But yeah, dude, single tenant makes zero sense to me beyond like a massively lucrative support contract. All right, so hold on. Did I miss any other questions? I just want to make sure. Because I really do enjoy these conversations. Like, answering these questions makes me better. So I appreciate it. Like, these are really good, valid questions. So much better than well, what language should I learn? I don't know if you guys realize, like, I appreciate these actually really good questions so much. Oh, it's so much better than the what language should I learn, people? Ah, so much better. So yeah, you guys are the best. So yeah, HTTP, hold on. You meant literal libraries, like instead of setting up REST calls, the user calls waltr.trek. No, so HTTP. I think you misunderstand. There you go, Irfan. Oh, damn. You son of a bitch. How dare you? So what I'm getting at, HTTP dev, is that this actually gives you that. These SDKs actually give you exactly what you're talking about. They generate an HTTP API client in which you call client dot blah, blah, blah. You set up the client with the API keys. Like, OpenAPI Generator does that. Why are we not rusting? Because the Primogen had to apologize for writing Rust earlier. No, it's fine HTTP. Like, it's a great question. Like, honestly. Yeah, now you get it. Defy us all, Mr. Sir. Why did he apologize? Because he was memeing. I think he thinks Rust is a fine language, but he likes to meme against it. If y'all didn't remember, before Prime was a Rust apologist, he was actually a Rust hater. He hated it because of the people that used it and evangelized it. Right? Like, dude, I went to the first Rust conference. I still have the sticker. I still have the t-shirt. But man, like, even at the first RustConf, they had to say, hey, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. You're giving us a bad name. They said that, not verbatim, but to that effect, at the very first RustConf. Rewrite it in Rust has been a meme since Rust has been relevant. And it's only a meme because you shouldn't take anyone saying that seriously. And Prime was actually majorly anti-Rust for a long time because of those fucking assholes, you know? Yeah, people don't hate the language. They hate the people that try to shove the language down your throat. Yeah, right? Veganism sounds great. But man, do I hate the people that try and make me a vegan. Like, nah, man, you just be vegan. That's okay. If you're a vegan that's fun to be around, well, that's cool, man. Yeah, just be vegan. But yeah, hold on. Let's shout out to Fiasol. Thank you so much for the raid, man. God damn it. What the fuck? Hold on. HTTP, like, that was a tab that happened? Like, what the fuck, dude? Okay, Twitch, the most broken interface ever. I'm so sorry, dude. I was typing /shoutout, and somehow it selected HTTP for a timeout. No, dude, you're good. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man. Dude, I didn't, like... This is a stream of those kind of mistakes. I'm sorry. Dude, yeah, Twitch is trying to, like, fuck me up, man. No! Like, when I time people out and when I ban people, it's obvious. You'll know when I don't want someone here. I'll actually be rolling my eyes at their comments before they even get banned. Okay? I know, right, Doggy Fish? Like, shit, man. Dude, like, Twitch, come on, man. I was just trying to do shout out to Fiasol. There we go, all right? I'm sorry, guys. Like, yeah, Twitch has it out for me today. All right, so someone else shouted out Defias as well. Hell yeah. So Defias, yeah, how was your stream today? I am Butterfingers. Yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the way I type? Check out that clip. Watch my hands. Watch my hands. How do you raid? You do /, right? Like, / raid. And the name of the person you're raiding. But yeah, no worries, Keegan. You don't have to raid me. Like, you know. We know you're cool. I will happily follow you. You don't have to raid us. Go raid someone that doesn't know that you stream, right? Introduce yourself to the other part of the community or something. Yeah, no big deal. All right, so, yeah. You're done. It's fine. Cool. But, dude, yes. Make sure you are raiding someone every single chance you get. It's the only way that you actually introduce yourself to the rest of the community. Like, no one knows you're even there unless you're actually raiding people every chance you get. Yeah, man, like, it's the best way to introduce yourself to the rest of the community. Raid way bigger streamers than yourself. Fuck it. Raid the Primogen if he's going. No, you didn't waste an 8-viewer raid. You raided someone, right? So you're good to go. Fuck it. Or you're saying you ended with 8 viewers and you didn't raid. Ah, well then you fucked up. Yeah, for sure. Nah, no worries, Keith. Don't feel bad about it. I emphasize it probably too much. But really, like, this whole category is such a tight-knit community. Raiding is the number one way to introduce yourself to the rest of the stream. Like, to the rest of the category. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, for sure. Right? You just defenestrated your computer out of anger. I get it. And why am I mashing the backspace key? For fun. Why not? Why not? Zerk. Because I was trying to emphasize for typing speed. And I typed something that I didn't need. When instead I could have just thought about my problem better. I'm using a different split keyboard, but yeah. And I still do the crossover if that's what you were about to ask too. Yes, for sure. I'm a freestyle typist. All right, that was a no-look crossover. That was like a flat spin 720. Maybe HTTP. Maybe. I don't know. What features are left for MVP? I need to have visualizations for the thing I'm building right now, like per account. I also need to do a balance/transactions get all page, a balance/ payments. Like, there's like 4 get all pages I need to do beyond the accounts page I'm doing right now. The settings page. Maybe like a team invite page. And then making sure my OpenAPI spec is actually accurate and filling in those blanks. So we're easily like a month out. Like, easily. I think the 4 get all endpoints and the current one, like the accounts page we're on right now, that'll be done in like a week, I hope, maybe. But then, yeah, there's easily like 2 or 3 weeks of like other work. Have a landing page up yet? No, we've had the landing page up for ages. Like, have you not seen Get Waltr? Nah, like, that's there. Like, technically, no. Marketing page needs work. We got a lot of stuff we got to do for this one. The documentation is actually programmatically built. And that's why I want to, like, fill out the documentation and OpenAPI spec and test it, because this is actually generated from the code that I write. And I need to make sure the code that I write is actually accurate. So I need to validate it with Dread. So all of this stuff has not been rebuilt on getwaltr.com, but a version of it is something we could try to build locally. It would still just be not good enough at the moment. So yeah, we got stuff to do functionality-wise. And then we got stuff to do integration test and Dread.js-wise, and then we can actually push up changes to the documentation. We can push up OpenAPI generated SDKs. And then from there, we can work on the marketing site. Why does it look like I'm reading from a teleprompter? Because I am. That's why I'm looking you right in the eyes while I say this right now. Because I got a teleprompter right in front of my camera. So I can read what you're saying. And then I can look right in the camera at the same time. Yes. I'm looking right into your soul. I have a Sonnet agent telling me what to do. I actually do have a teleprompter for my camera. Yeah, for sure. So I have one of the newer or whatever teleprompters. I considered getting one of the Elgato ones. They were sold out, but I also think, I don't know, this newer is actually bigger. And then the only thing that's actually wrong about what I got here is the way I have to do like the flipping of things to make the teleprompter actually like show me text I can read. So yeah, I think it's just the $99 one. Because I think this one ships with, yeah, I don't remember which is which. I think this one ships with the actual like tablet, whereas this one's just the thing. I don't think this is the 14-incher. And hold on, sorry, Keegan. I just don't like that as a message here. No worries, Keegan, but it's like, it's one of those things where we get enough beginners here on stream that I would really, really not want them to mimic a command someone does as a joke. So, Keegan, you're not banned. I just deleted it. That's all. Like, you're fine, man. Like, you're totally okay still. You're not in the bad list. You're not in the bad place. But I just didn't want that comment to persist. Hope that's okay. I should actually replace that. That would be actually a really good idea. But even then, like, there are people that would be watching from a place where they don't see the chat overlay and they just see your chat comment. And I don't know. I don't want to be liable for someone accidentally doing that. I doubt they would. But even then, a 1% chance of that is still something I would feel really bad about. Yeah, you never know, man. Why would I be liable? Because I let it happen without shouting it out. It happened in my chat. There's at least some percentage of culpability for that, right? Yeah, no worries then. Yeah, for sure, Code Fellowship. Yeah, no problem, man. Cheers. See you soon. But yeah, so hold on. As Red said, I'm the first streamer you've seen that actually has one of these teleprompters, and I look in chat while I'm reading your message. It does look like I'm reading off a teleprompter, so it feels less genuine, but maybe more genuine than others. No, maybe not. Like, looking over at a chat and reading it and then looking back might feel more genuine, actually. Yeah, I have... Yeah, Zerk, your message is right here on my teleprompter. I can read it and look at you and judge you for it. Which, I don't have to judge your statement, but I can judge other people. As I see my phone pull some bullshit. Am I green screened out right now? No, I actually just have sound absorbing panels behind me. Like, I could show you the screen. Hold on. I can just switch to it. How about that? Right, so there's the panels behind me. No, this is the same place. It's the exact same thing. It's just a different crop. Right? Like, no big deal. No, it's a Herman Miller Mira. Mira 2, technically. I feel like the Aeron is a little too tall for me. Like, the Mira fits me perfectly. And the Miras are like at least 100 to 200 cheaper. I typically get them used. Hold on. Wait. Do we have the clip of me falling out of my seat? Is it just chair? No. Oh, there it is. Chair. The foot gets me every time. Yeah. So my chair blew out. And I was like, whoa, what was that? And I leaned over and I fell the fuck over. And I just had the chair, like the foot just sticking up right there. That was a Herman Miller Mira too, as well. But it was like a 6-year-old. No, it was even more than that. It was like an 8-year-old. Like I bought it used Herman Miller Mira. Like easily 7 or 8-year-old Herman Miller Mira. Dude, they have a 10-year warranty when brand new. But I bought it used. So yes, I had it for 6 to 8 years. Who knows how old it was before that. So, just saying. Nah, basically, like, the cylinder burnt out, and I think, like, the bottom, like, screw or bolt or whatever came loose. Oh, is it 12 years now? Oh, I thought it was only 10. Nah, basically, like, right after that, well, no, it wasn't right after that. Like, whatever it was, it lost, like, the connection to, like, the place that it, like, screws in. And that's what the tip over was. And then I resituated it. And then, like, a couple months later, I was sitting in it and it just, like, sank. Right? And it blew out the bottom piston. But I only buy these things used. Because I'm not going to pay full warranty, like, full, like, retail. They're, like, $600 to $800 retail when you can buy one used for like $250. I think I paid $300 for this one. I paid like $400 for the first one. I only paid $350 for this one. $300, $350, $325, something like that. Somewhere in there. Yeah, so again, like, let me point out, this one is like fully loaded. It has like I have these like short stubby legs. So I need the thing on the seat that lets it like fold down in front. And that right there adds like another $150 to the cost of the chair. Right? As far as like customizations go. So even if you're buying it brand new for like $500, to get that feature, you're spending $700 or something like that. Right? Dude, the tab bender in front is essential for people with like little stubby thighs like me. Because I have worked at a company that did the IKEA Marcus. One of the worst fucking chairs I've ever sat in. Fuck that chair. Dude, that chair sucks. Fuck that chair. The IKEA Marcus, dude, is the worst. Those suck, man. But those, I would have to like sit up in the seat and like mess up my back, or I'd sit back in the seat and then get like the dangling leg feeling because my knees are too far back, you know? Because I'm a short dude. I'm a snowboarder. Like, I'm snowboarder sized. I'm 5'6" on a good day, 5'5" on most days. I might be 5'6" when I first wake up in the morning. It is, though. It really is, Zerk. You talk to any girl on a dating app, and that is, yeah, dude, you might as well be 4 feet tall. Now, granted, they're not people you want to date anyway, so who cares? Dating apps are the worst. Meh. What's my snowboard stance? I used to be 18-12, and now I'm 15-15. And the distance between, I used to actually rock like a 23. I feel like I'm at like 21 and a half to 22, somewhere in there. Oh, I don't though, Zerk. No, I'm balding for shit. Are you kidding me? Hold on. We have an emote for it, right? No, I'm definitely balding. Okay. Yeah, dude. No, I'm definitely balding. I got balding on both sides of the family. Oh, see, so I'm 40, and it's just now becoming an issue. Like, I had a receding hairline from the age of 30 on, but now it's actually getting bad. I'll take it. It's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna pull an Elon and go travel to Turkey and have him do the implants from my ass or some shit. Right? Can we recognize that Elon probably has like ass hair on his head? No, it's probably taken from right here, but it's more fun to think so. Yeah, there you go, Zerk. For sure. Yeah, that asshole. All right, so hold on. We've heard enough of that funk. It's good shit. Really good shit. What have we not heard enough of lately, though? So, yeah, what's on the beverage list today? It is whiskey and Coca Cola. It's a Friday night. Come on. Let's listen to Thin Rob Crow. After this song, we'll put on some Fat Rob Crow. How about that? No, the whiskey is Basil Hayden. And I just read the label earlier. Dude, Jim Beam actually makes Basil Hayden. I don't think I knew that. I'm into it, though. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay, and I'm back. Yeah, Basil Hayden's good. Dude, bars charge way too much for it. It's actually like really cheap at Costco. Like by volume, it's actually on the same like within the same realm as the Woodford and the Elijah Craig. And those are like really, really cheap Costco wise compared to how else you would pay for it. There's a bit of a shame because, dude, you develop a taste for these things and then you go out to a bar and it's way more expensive. Hell yeah, Defias. Dude, and I forget, where are you based out of again? If you're willing to say, if you don't want to, like, that's fine. I feel like you're like still like East Coast-ish, right? Florida. Yeah, that's right, that's right. So, dude, I submitted some stuff to React Miami. God, fingers crossed. I submitted 3 talks. At least one of them's got to be good. Like, come on. All right, so hold on. Do we want to hear some heavier stuff? Like All Them Witches? Oh, and I mean, it's not a good thing to finish a bottle that quick. You know? It's not a skill I'm actually proud of. Right? Just saying. I think your dad's actually on a better pace. But yeah, do we want to listen to something heavier like All Them Witches? Or do we want to listen to something chiller? Like what genre of music? It's either going to be punk or not. Not punk. Probably funk, pop, or indie, or synthwave. I mean, I can take y'all back to the fucking early 2000s, no problem, with some Finger 11. All right, so we got one person for the synthwave. We got 2 people for the synthwave. Okay. We got ACM for the Dope Lemon. I call that indie. We got a 3rd for the synthwave. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Okay, so nothing with lyrics. Well, hold on. Okay. Let me just look through my list. No. I get it. I get it. Let me just double check. Okay, so I just want to play a couple songs before we switch to the synthwave. How about that? And they have not been on our playlist yet. It really does. Yeah, it ties the room together. All right, so there are lyrics. But you don't have to listen to the lyrics, right? Just treat it like hip hop, where it's like, you know, like especially like modern rap where people don't listen to the lyrics anyway. Oh, shit. All right, so you know what this just reminded me? I didn't offer... What's the name of it? Bardcore? I didn't offer Bardcore as a genre. How do we feel about finishing up with some Bardcore with no lyrics? I know, I'm sorry. No, this is good shit, though. But no, like, I'm thinking about heading to the Bardcore, and then I think you're in. I think you'd be stoked on the Bardcore. And I know, right? You said me do me, but you're upset. You're barely upset. I know you're just kidding about being upset, but also, like, I think you might enjoy Bardcore. We'll let this song finish, and then we're going to switch right over to some Bardcore. Hey, Happy New Year light up. Yeah. Same old thing, even though it's a new year? I mean, it's a new bottle of whiskey. Well, hold on, wait. Light up. Have you seen what I've done to my terminal? Come on, man. Was a new bottle. Yeah, touche. So light up, like, look at how awesome my terminal is. It's a new terminal. So it's a shader from shadertoy.com, and Ghosty allows you to add shaders with just one little bit of config. It's pretty awesome, actually. So I'd recommend, if you're looking for a new terminal, check out Ghosty. And if you want to add some cool shaders, there's a couple GitHub repos to check out. Yeah, so Red, we even submitted and got merged this one for New Year's, obviously. All right, hold on. I promised. Yeah, we'll do some other music after this, but let me just show this other recording. Right? Another one we did for New Year's. Pretty fun, right? Like, it's just some GLSL shader integrated into Ghosty. Nice and easy. But then it gets as cool as this one, and yeah, I'm going to switch to this one here real soon. This one's really good. If you want a link to this one, it's pushed up to my fork of the Ghosty like shaders repo. Yeah, very mellow. But hold on. Let's do this. We're going to do some Bardcore I actually don't like the original song for this one. But even my Chrome knows this is the song I was looking for. I'm turning it up for myself, and I'll see if y'all actually have the volume at where you need it. You're welcome, Red. This is dope as fuck, isn't it? You're welcome. However, if you know the song that this is based on, well, yeah, you're going to hear the lyrics in your head anyway. No, they're good, right? Like, these are great. Yeah, I like the medieval version of modern songs. Like, dude, bardcore is a really legitimate version of music. No, this is Many Men. Yeah, for sure, Red. I believe, hold on, what artist is this? This is also Beetle the Bardcore. Yeah. Yeah, so Beetle the Bardcore is really good. Yeah, like, he does a lot of awesome covers. Yeah, Proton, Happy New Year. I know you like to do a bunch of, like, covers and stuff. This is a really good cover. It's bardcore style instead of chiptune style like you tend to do, but this is a great song. I don't like the original, but I love this version. And yeah, hold on. Well, let me just do a refresh, because I'm not sure what you mean with your question there about the fonts. I don't think I even changed the font. Oh, I am changing my font. Yeah, the font is Deja Vu Sans Mono. Font thicken, true, font size, etc. So these are my settings, if you're curious. If you're not aware of Powerline fonts, well, yeah, you should probably get them. I'm not into ambient music. No, I want music that sounds like music. I need something I can actually bob my head to. Like, no offense, Proton. If you like ambient music, more power to you, man. If we all felt the same about this stuff, man, the world would be boring. Like, ugh. Like, I wouldn't even feel cool for liking Primus anymore if everybody liked Primus. You know? Boy, that shit would suck. Yeah, as far as the settings go, I've got what I like. Like, I don't know. I'm good. Meh. I don't spend enough time in my terminal to actually care that much. Yeah, there's still plenty of stuff to modify, like as you see fit. There you go, Proton. Hell yeah, man. All right, so hold on. Balances here is not what we're looking for. We got those. Then we get into these, and we're just logging what we're doing there. But yeah, Proton, if you want to like link out stuff you've done, feel free. Go for it. I don't promise to listen to it here on stream. You know, we got a channel that you can paste that stuff into, and I encourage you to paste that stuff in there regularly because I know there are other people that would really love to hear it. I just, you know, I'm not going to guarantee that we listen to it right now. Ooh, you're about to snowboard for the first time tomorrow. Be okay with falling. When you're gonna fall, don't put your hand down. Right? Get this like feeling going, right? Where like your arm gets up in this protection of your head and face, and like your wrists are balled up, so you're not like gonna break a finger, you're not gonna mess with your wrist. You're in the cage. Because anytime you're about to fall, your handout isn't going to save you. Just embrace it, right? Get the cage going. Yeah. Like, I know too many people that fuck up their wrist their first couple days of snowboarding. When really, like, nah, man, your wrist isn't going to save you. If you're falling, you're falling. Just tuck up, right? Get the cage. Protect the face, get the cage, good to go. If you can build up that, like, instinct, dude, you could be riding powder and do, like, the ragdoll, and boom, you get the cage going, your goggles will never fly off your head because you got the cage. Most snowboarding injuries come from trying to save a thing that was never going to go right anyway. Instead, you need to have the contingency plan of falling with grace. And in many cases, that's tuck up. Ooh, there you go, Red. Okay. See, so yeah, I'm a really bad instructor. So I have no idea. Red, are you aware that I used to like snowboard a lot? Have you seen my sponsor me video yet? Oh, okay. It's only 3 minutes. Come on, bear with me. I will admit the music does not fit. Right? What we're hearing right now. I know, right? Yeah. Something's about to go terribly wrong. Right? Like, totally. So Eric, Joey, and I, oh man, we all ate shit. I don't think any one of us landed that. But yeah, that was my sponsor me video from 2006. YouTube was basically brand new at that time, and I feel like they celebrate by recompressing that video once a year. It's gotten way worse. Like, dude, it used to be actually like viewable, and it just gets more JPEG every time. But yeah, like yeah. I used to get free gear. I still snowboard powder at a pretty decent level. Park, ooh, dude, I haven't tried chucking in the park for fucking years. Maybe my eyesight's getting worse. No, they recompress that video every year. Like 2006 YouTube videos get recompressed every single year because they're trying to save on, like, long-term storage. Come on. You know it, man. Like, I actually have the original version of that video. It's way fucking better right now. I don't know. It would take me a while to find it, but yeah. I have the original, still compressed, but better than that version of that same exact video. Over on Gaming Stream, you can ask me and I'll try and find it. But yeah, I won't put the rest of stream through that here with this many people. When there's like 5 or 6 of us, well then yeah, sure, I'll go look. But yeah, I used to be a sponsored snowboarder for free gear, like rep sponsored, like Flow. Never got a paycheck. As good as I got, no, you had to be way better to actually get a paycheck. You had to be willing to actually, like, do some shit. No, I was always, like, safe. Like, I did a few things, sure. Like, I'll chuck into powder any day of the week. I'll still chuck into powder. Ragdolling through powder is the best core exercise you'll ever get. I don't know if you know that. If you're actually trying to get fit, yeah, just go chuck into some powder and ragdoll a bit, and you will wake up the next day, feeling it in your core. And you just do that on, like, a weekly basis, and you're cut. Like, dude, you are fucking cut. You'll have an 8-pack and you didn't even realize it. Now, granted, an 8-pack is a function of body fat percentage more than anything, so keep that in mind. You might have an 8-pack, right? You might have washboard abs, but you got a full load of laundry on top. For sure. Yeah, that's me right now. I might have washboard abs, but I'm still doing laundry, okay? No, I don't even have washboard abs at this moment. I wouldn't even be able to wash my laundry. I got this retired snowboarder physique, okay? That said, if you want to put some money on chucking some shit in the park, just give me a week. I'll give you a week too. Like, oh man, if it comes down to it and we're going to put like some major shit on the line for being able to chuck in the park, I would challenge basically anybody my age to a game of like snow. I'm not even kidding. I would challenge any other 40-year-old to a game of snow. Ryan Florence? Come on. Can't see Dodds? Dude, I got him. I don't even know if I need the full week, okay? Chuck in the powder means I would spin a spin that I probably wouldn't do in the park. That is a chuck. Into the powder, and powder is fresh snow. Now, chucking into the powder can totally be a different thing in Florida because they don't have skiing in Florida. So yeah, chucking into the powder in Florida is, well, yeah, you might OD. It's a totally different thing. Right? I believe the movie Scarface showed someone chucking into the powder in like Florida terms. Okay. You want to play? Let's play. But yeah, all right. So we have definitely lost the steam. Are we going to get any code done today? Probably not. I believe, dude, it's like 8:30. We should just go raid someone. But we got to a good point where we started realizing how and why we would get things going on this page. We don't see it yet because page is empty. But our goal is to actually use what we like thought about and planned for using the half circle visualization for quotas, and we'll color it red when overdrawn and treat the overdrawn quota as like a double of it. And if they're over double, well, we just paint the red like semicircle as being full and call it good. For balances, it'll just be a number that is blue for positive, black for 0, red for negative. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. Like, yeah, no, I can't sing this song. But dude, yeah, I love this, like, the medieval, like, stuff. Like, dude, this is good. No diggity, no doubt. No doubt. Anyway, let's go raid someone. Yeah. I need to eat some food, and that food will be some carbonara. If you think I'm shit-faced, nah, man, I can still cook carbonara. In this state, it'll be delicious. Granted, it is a little more whiskey than I intended. So keep that in mind. But yes, I'll be eating some carbonara. I'll be cooking that over on Gaming Stream. If you're not aware of what my gaming stream is, that's a totally separate channel. That is Griffing and Chill over on Twitch. I have not launched that one up for YouTube yet. I think I actually have the ability to do so at this point now, though. And that would be kind of fun. But instead, let's go figure out who we go raid. Yeah, who's streaming right now? Come on, man. Who's even going? Ooh, Danny Stem switched up their profile photo. I like it. Nice. Yeah, I like the new profile photo. We see productive time, killing it. Nice. Hold on, let me go look at my follow list. And we can also go look for someone brand new. That could be cool. We do see Falonier killing it. Zorkenheimer doing his Tetris clone in pure 6502 assembly. Yeah, no worries. Code Fellowship, thank you for hanging out. Like, this was super fun. I stream 5 days a week. I'll see you again soon. Whether it's tomorrow, which I will be streaming. I take Sundays off normally. I take Wednesdays off normally as well, but otherwise, like, yeah, we'll see ya. But yeah, we want to make sure we go raid someone who's killing it. Man, yeah, so Falonier might be the only person that I follow doing some of this stuff. Well, hold on, wait, no, we see Tuto. Tuto doing Twitch API stuff with the Livewire. Nah, yeah, we're gonna go raid Tuto. For sure. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Tuto, and for prayers, no. Sorry, light up, no. I'm agnostic, like, I don't give a shit about that. No offense if you do, like, yeah, please. Do whatever you want on whatever day you see fit, but no, I take Sundays and Wednesdays off to get work done. Because I have work to do. So, no, like, if people want to, like, take Sunday for a day of rest, more power to them. I think that's awesome. But I take Sunday as a day in which I can just do work. So it's the opposite. But also, I can also play games. I don't consider streaming actually work. Hanging out with y'all, it's my favorite thing to do. So yeah, my Sundays are actually the opposite of what I would prefer to do. I'd rather be streaming on Sundays most of the time. Instead, I try to get work done. Because they pay me for some reason. So I might as well, like, actually do some work. But yeah, let's go raid Tuto 1902. But again, like, you know, if y'all have a reason to not work on Sundays, well, yeah, do that. I do the opposite. I work on Sundays because I want to play other days. I will point out, I've also noticed we get way more trolls on this channel on Sundays. I don't know why that is. I don't think it has anything to do with religion and really just more like people are just upset that they have to go back to work on Monday and they take it out on us. So there's a little bit of that. I don't think religion has anything to do with it. I just think people are pissed they got to go back to work and they want to take it out on someone. My regulars actually know, like, dude, Sundays can get rough here. It's weird. I don't get it. But anyway, whatever. So yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. Yeah, a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, YouTube, thank you for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. And yeah, we got some work done today, but we also just celebrated a good old Friday. So YouTube, I'll see you tomorrow. And we'll have a good time. And yeah, Balmer Peak. Yeah, look at that, Balmer.